And we are live. Welcome to YouTube, where you make the tube. That doesn't make any sense.
That's what they fucking that's what the premise used to be.
Yeah, now it's all
It
fucking
man,
Mr. Beast and all this fucking bullshit. I swear that Mr. Beast is like CIA or something.
oh, he's something. I mean, how the fuck, like, dude, like, I would say he's probably more DOD, Department of Defense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's no way that somebody gets that successful off from such fucking garbage content. Uh,
Well, he does good content. I mean, he does like uplifting content, but it is overall is fucking. I think he's more of fucking money laundering. You know what I mean?
yeah, that could definitely be. I mean, he's no different than somebody that gives a hamburger to a homeless person or something. It's like, oh, just to get views. Like, what the fuck is this shit? You
Yeah,
can't give the homeless person a burger without recording it. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All this fucking and then there's all these low key communists everywhere. He's probably a low key communist as well.
And then you get all
Uh,
the fucking travel guys like Drew Binsky, like.
hmm.
I mean, those guys are weird because they go to all these fucking places and then they document. But we're here just for the food, and then they're fucking documenting all these countries where like you can't even get into most of the time. You know what I mean? And they're
Oh yeah.
like sneaking across borders and shit. It's like okay, cool. Like, are they just recording food? That's all I'm thinking.
Hmm. Yeah, there's a bunch of con artists everywhere. The what was I gonna say? Something about they're really spewing a lot of rhetoric. The whole Peter Thiel thing and his Antichrist bullshit.
Oh wait, didn't Trump do his State of the Union tonight? I was asleep though.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
I didn't either, but
I
it's
don't
kind
usually
of funny
watch
though
it.
too. It's kind of funny though too, because I think there's a like the I think part of the fucking limited hangout of at least it seems like part of the limited hangout of the Epstein files release is also the fucking they're gonna distract everyone with fucking Iran right away because it looks like they're going to fucking be doing that now, bombing Iran.
Hmm.
So I seen like basically they're and then I don't know. Oh fuck, what was it? I catching something on the way home from work. But then Rokada was bringing one of the fucking. He's like, oh yeah, no, I'm bringing one of Epstein's victims to the fucking State of the Union as my guest. But then, meanwhile, it's one of the ones that was part of like, like it's literally a fucking broad who, yeah, she was one of his victims, but became one of his madams.
Hmm.
So that all seems just like weird as fuck, right? Because like literally, yeah, she was a victim as like a 16-year-old herself, but then she's in like everyone was pointing out that well, she was like one of the bitches that was like enlisted as this non-prosecution agreement.
Yeah.
So
I
she
just
went from being
keep thinking about how Epstein was a pilot. There's no way that he didn't fucking jet out or something.
oh,
Like,
I
oh, I
mean,
need I need two fake bodies. Like the New York
well,
Post.
not even just that. I mean,
Like
I don't even give a
you seen that thing in the New York Post said like couple like last week. They're like, oh, the body we wheeled out to the ambulance wasn't. It was a fake Epstein body, and it's like, oh yeah, how do we know the other one wasn't fucking fake
well,
too?
the whole
You
thing is fucking the whole thing's a
know?
limited hangout on the Epstein shit, but because like I mean. It's just funny though too. Like you see some of the shit they're putting in there. Like, doesn't they basically admit that Tupac's still alive in it, and like there's a bunch of weird shit in there. But like I said, I don't really give a fuck about Epstein because like one of the first shows I did with Raven, like even in 2020, man, like it's like the first thing we started talking about was Epstein. I'm like, man, and I've been saying this all along, and I brought it up a lot on Saturday with Danny. I'm like, unless you're telling me, like, I don't give a fuck that they were diddling kids. Like, yeah, that's fucked up, and diddling kids is bad. But the diddling kids was like, these were the kids that they were organ harvesting. So tell me about the organs that they're stealing from these fucking kids, because it's like I said, and anyone here can look it up. Just put, if you just go to Google, you put Epstein, $250 million tax break. He had a 250 million tax break from the U.S. government after as a pedophile. You know what I mean? But it was through the U.S. Virgin Islands, so it's a protectorate. It's not the U.S., but it's the RF. It's just fucking retarded. But he had a 250,000 tax break on a fucking DNA company.
He's
Like
probably working
he
with the
had a
Chinese. I
he,
bet you
no, he had a
money.
DNA.
Well, the Chinese are all about that organ shit. They've been doing that
No,
for so long. There's an X Files episode
yeah,
about it in the '90s. Uh,
yeah, but dude, that's all. The Chinese aren't Chinese. They're Rockefeller puppets.
yeah,
So I mean, but no, what do you mean for war? He's probably working the one video that I saw him telling Danny to look up, and he did look it up. The Stop AI Babies or whatever. Fucking when you like that guy actually took the time and went through. No, it was because he was with Novak too. The what was he called? So like no one's even paid attention. This is all shit that I was saying in 2020 and 2019. Like when he died, like fuck, he had his own office in the Institute for Physical Evolution or something like that. It's a specific department. But the one thing too that no one's talking about with the whole Epstein files when they released that, man, not only did he have his own office, there's documents in there that they're fucking they. So he had not only did he have his own office, and Harvard tried to play it off like, oh yeah, no, one of our professors just one of our department heads just gave him a key. Dude, they were fucking. There's emails in there where they're like, oh yeah, no, we need a new mailing address. The key card system's been updated. Blah blah blah. So Harvard's going out of their way to inform them that they updated the key card system. And then there's entire logs of fucking where he was on on the Harvard campus for the entire fucking day, setting up appointments and would meet with Novak and meeting with all these other fucking high level geneticists and private meetings at Harvard in the physical evolution department or whatever the fuck it's called.
hmm.
So like that's the shit that. And then the other thing that no one talks about, and I brought it up before too, and that's why I just laugh. And everyone's like, "Oh, the trafficking." Yeah, no, trafficking sucks, but when you fuck them, then you kill them and you take their fucking kidneys. I mean, the killing in the kidneys is worse than the fucking. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
that's just my opinion.
well, it's definitely
Like,
fucked
yeah,
up. If they're
I
organ
mean,
trafficking, then that's just
I
disgusting.
mean, if you're gonna fuck a kid, I mean, it's almost better for the kid that you do kill them and take their kidneys, because, like, who wants to be a victim of their abuse? And I think that that's why everyone's like, oh well, we're all the victims to talk. It's like, yeah, they're in the ground, but their organs are still in their fucking all your politicians and all your fucking Bill Gates is, I'm using him as not saying him specifically. I'm using him as a fucking figurehead of the type of people who just like Kissinger, fucking, and that motherfucker lived to 100. How many fucking organs did he have for fucking, you know what I mean? Or fucking George Soros or fucking David Rockefeller had how many heart transplants? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could all be some kind of psyop against the public, and it could be something really weird going on. That
No, no, no. I mean, everyone's like, oh, like there's 300,000 kids missing from the fucking the border, blah blah blah. Yeah, no, those 300,000 kids. It's not that well, they go to sex trafficking. They go to fucking Dr. Fauci Island. You know what I mean? And I'm using him again as a figurehead. I'm not saying it's his island, but I'm using him as a figurehead because they had to have fucking people that do the whole 1984 test on prior to the release and be like, oh yeah, no way, oh look, we just found this. No, they had to have fucking hundreds of thousands of fucking people to run those tests on before they fucking released that BO. You know what I mean? We're on YouTube, so I'll be YouTube friendly. But I think everyone can read between the lines what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's probably definitely all sorts of weird trials and shit going on for secret
Yeah,
experiments.
yeah, that's
There,
where all those fucking missing kids are going. Like, I think a lot of it though too is they try to, and that's the
well, there
thing.
could. Well,
Like,
there's. Well, there's also Satanist cults running around everywhere. So
yeah,
I
but
mean,
dude, like, fucking, you're talking hundreds of thousands a year are missing, right? You're not having like all these satanic cults that allegedly killed 100,000 people, making them fucking disappear and no bodies turning up, you know.
what if
But
it's all going on like some kind of Wicker Man style? You know what I mean? Like they're
P.S.
all in on
Turn
it or
into
something.
P.S.
Like
Tune in tonight to watch us break down the Wicker Man. It is tonight now. I mean, it's Wednesday at 9 p.m., but it's after midnight here. So, anyone watch it? We're gonna be breaking down Wicker Man on fucking Operation GCD, 9:30 p.m. But it's JJ, so show up for 9:45.
yeah,
But
ooh, strange.
no, like, man, like, like when you have that many people missing, it's all the fucking laboratories that they have going that fucking no one talks about. And that's the thing though too, right? Just that's the reason they fucking they keep it like, oh, it's about sex trafficking. It's about no, man. Like, if you look at the numbers that they're doing, and then everyone's like, oh, where are all the Epstein victims fucking come out and testify? And that's the one thing that like, I haven't paid attention to Epstein files at all. Like, oh man, you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
you're on Twitter and you get to see people with their twats about
twatter.
like, oh, no, I just call tweets twats. With their twats about, like, oh yeah, this that, and then they start talking about Zorro Ranch, and like, there's emails that like start talking about Zorro Ranch and the bodies that are buried there. It's like, yeah, no, like, dude, and then even then the other one was the guy who was fucking in Winnipeg that everyone knew. I don't. His case is a little different than the Epstein shit because he just fucking like got all these young girls that would be legal where they are, but they're illegal where like in Canada and the U.S. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But down there,
Those
I think
people are
the
all
age is like.
sick. We should bring
But I
back
mean,
the law should bring back public hangings just to
what was
fucking
his name though? Not Nordstrom. Niemeyer or something like that. Peter Nygaard. Yeah, Nygaard. So he had an island, the U.S. Virgin Islands too, and fucking he also had like
Nygaard.
all this fuck. Yeah, he
That's
had
weird.
this
That's the name of that
Nygaard.
guy
Yeah,
from that's the name of that guy from that first season of Fargo, the TV show. Nygaard.
Nygard.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're referencing Nygaard for sure. Dude, look up Peter Nygaard right now. He was a man. He was arrested at like 80 years
Anyway,
old. He was fucking. He had like all these fucking like girls that he got fucking pregnant, like 16, living on his island. But he had a whole fucking DNA fucking laboratory on his island too.
Jesus.
But he was like his
I wonder if he's
he's
related to that dude. Or
he's
wait, no,
it's a
wait.
television show. Fuck off.
I forgot the names were changed.
It's a
What
television. But no, the real
what?
Nygaard, he had like so his office was in Winnipeg, right? Because he was from Sweden.
What is he? Oh
There,
yeah, Swiss.
yeah, Swedish. He might be Swiss. But
Yeah.
he started a fucking clothing line. He had his office in Winnipeg, but then he has his business offices in fucking New York City, obviously. And then they had him, and he is basically confessing this shit. It's like he's an 8-year-old man, fucking confessing this shit. So he get convicted in Canada and not get extradited. I think he still got extradited. But he had an island in fucking U.S. Virgin Islands too, and then again too, everyone like they make you think it's about the sex with kids when because they fucking have these fucking full on medical laboratories on their private island and fucking doctors on staff. but fucking they don't
So what
want
you're
you
saying
talking
is,
about.
so what you're saying is basically that you believe that the conspiracy is that the media and government is possibly trying to cover up organ trafficking situation and pretend like it's some kind of sex thing.
Yeah, not just organ trafficking, the fucking all the fucking weapons testing and all that other shit, fucking the gain of function experiments, et cetera, et cetera. They do this shit on these private islands. They have these people fucking running as agents, and you just look at like man, like both those guys have private islands in the U.S. Virgin Islands. They both had full on medical laboratories on the island. But oh, we should need to worry about them diddling the kids. Yes, that's fucked up, but that is the limited hangout portion of the operation. They're like, hey, let's tell them about the kid diddling because the fucking killing and the fucking harvesting is far worse than the diddling.
Yeah,
Like the
yeah.
human sacrifice portion of it, the Wicker Man portion of it. Yes, again, everyone tune into Operation GCD 9:30. Wait, let me correct that. 9:45. JG's always late. 9:45 on Operation GCD.
Oh yeah,
Or you
yeah.
can be there at 9:30 and enjoy the chat prior to us arriving. Also,
Here's a good video.
anyone listening? Anyone listening? I don't know if you are listening.
I
I
just
don't know
want to
how
hear
many
him
people
say.
are.
I just want to hear him say Ellen Keyes is a communist or Obama is a communist.
Oh, dude, you
Sorry,
need to
sorry.
listen to the. You need to listen to that new fucking that new anti-hero song I sent you. You need to listen to their song.
Is there any? Do you still hold regrets against not having long enough time to debate against President Obama?
I don't have any regrets. I went into Illinois. People told me at the time I didn't stand much of a chance of winning. The idea was to bear a true witness. The man is an abomination. He is someone who has actually advocated infanticide, that when babies are the target of abortion, if they happen to escape the abortionist's intention and
That's
are born
fucked up.
alive, he actually supported the idea that those babies should be set aside to die.
He's talking
That
about
is a
Obama.
man with such a seared conscience, I can't even
That's
understand
fucking
why
nothing,
anybody in
bro.
their right.
Again, turn that shit off. Okay, do you know who the Isaiah brothers are?
The Isaiah brothers.
Isaiah. ISAIAS. It's like Isaiah, but in S at the end. They're kind of like Jonah and Jonas.
Yeah.
So there's Isaiah and Isaiah's brothers. So the Isaiah's brothers
Yeah.
are out of El Salvador. Now they were. Let's have some fun with this one because this is gonna be a good topic. So the Isaiah's brothers, they were, if you ask me, they were CIA cutouts in the 90s in El Salvador. They ran like the largest bank in El Salvador. Then the coup in 99, I think, happened. So they had to go on the run anyway. So then they moved to the USA. They're living in the USA. Now they were convicted and paid out, I think, $10 million to the state of California because two of their abortion clinics were harvesting body parts of the fetuses and fucking delivering them, then fucking harvesting the organs because obviously you can't
Jesus.
harvest the organs from the aborted children. They have to be alive for you to harvest the organs. I mean, that's just
Yeah.
fucking fact. Anyway, so yeah, no, they paid out like 10. You can just look up Isaiah's brothers. So the whole Acorn shit where James Keith cut his teeth. So Isaiah's brothers were running that fucking abortion clinic, I think. Anyways, then the Isaiah's brothers. So they're huge donors to Obama. They're huge donors to Clinton's, all that shit. But it gets really interesting too because what's really interesting even is that that's why I say this piece of shit Trump. He's a deep state. Anyone who's watching this fucking administration and can't tell that he is the deep state.
Well, which
I
kind of deep
mean,
state? I think there's like 3 deep states.
well, no, it's all one, but it's they just it's internal power struggles because they all have their own idea what the grand plan is. You know what I mean?
Well, I think they're all. I think there's like the intelligence deep state, the
Yeah, no, they
the
have their
congressional
own.
deep state, the
It's all one and the same. They just have they just have disputes on who's in charge, right? But so the other thing is with the Isaiah brothers, right? Which was really interesting too, right? Because if you go back to 2017, Trump's ICE picked them up and fucking he Trump's ICE department picked the two fathers up, so the two old brothers, the ones who were the bank runners and were wanted by El Salvador. They were held by ICE for like a few months or whatever. If you can look this up, I might be wrong about the dates, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. It's been a while since I looked into it, so I could be speaking on my asshole. And if I am, go ahead and send me a link, and I'll apologize. But so they picked him up, and what's really funny is that when they finally fucking when El Salvador turned their back on fucking that again Assange is he's deep state too, but he's a different he's like a different branch of the deep state, like the internal struggles. So when Assange got kicked out of fucking El Salvador, right? Because he was in the embassy there.
yeah.
So one of the sons of the two brothers ended up getting deported back to El Salvador, faced a bunch of charges, and then then they released the two fathers that were in custody in Miami on the fucking under the ICE warrants. And then fucking right after the son was deported to fucking El Salvador as a trade, then El Salvador kicked fucking Assange out of their embassy. So that's just like those dates all line up, and that kind of seems like, the El Salvador got the SIS kid to go back and stand trial, and then that's when they're like, oh no, we'll give you Assange for that then.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but if you look up Isaiah's brothers, I can't think of the name, and if I do it, I'll navigate away. But actually, I'll use my other device if the battery's charged now. Yeah. So they got picked. They literally they pled out and fucking paid a $10 million fucking fine on harvesting organs of the children, and no one went to jail for it because it's a corporation, right? But
what was the case? What state was it in, or was it in Canada?
it's in California.
Well,
I'm looking it up right now. No, it's 2009.
They pled
It's
out of court.
2009.
Well, there was that one video.
But I mean, even then too, right? They had all this evidence and no one to trial for it, no one to jail for it, right? But they got a $10 million fucking payout to the state.
Yeah.
So admitting guilt without yeah, that's the Isaiah brothers, ISAIAS. My Google's not working on my second device right now. It's a snowstorm out again.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I woke up like right when you messaged me. Because I fell asleep at like fucking 7 o'clock. I was watching that Wicker Man movie again. But I'm watching it anyway. So what was I gonna say?
Did you notice about the movie? He said that when they finally, or wait, you probably fell asleep before the end. Right before they kill him, they're like, "Oh, you've come of your own free will. You've you've played your part." That's how they do things. Fucking, they get people to come of their own free will, whether it's the occult or the lodge or some kind of fringe church or something.
I come with my own free will every fucking day. It's called masturbation.
Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, well, I mean, it seemed like it was like a female Bohemian Grove type of thing. It was like you wonder if that's the type of stuff going on with the female Illuminati, that some of those people, like female OTO type groups,
I mean, to be honest with you, all that sounds like to me is the Inanna worship. You know what I mean? Sabirna, Sabdana, Ashtar, or whatever the fuck. All those
Yeah,
the cult, the sex cults of the fucking old days, bro.
yeah, yeah. They
Yeah,
worship their goddess through uh sexual intercourse and all this stuff.
yeah,
Uh, papers.
yeah, yeah. Oh fuck.
Yeah, the cults are. I think the cults are in Hollywood. I think that there's been a lot of. I think that they killed the Black Dahlia lady. That they killed a bunch of Hollywood people. Uh, Name of this roach joint is sticky. Some sticky iggy.
You need to quit smoking weed, bro.
Nah, I don't know.
I
That's not
don't
very
know.
convincing. That's what people have been saying for like 30 years.
I don't give a fuck. Smoke all the weed you want. I'm just saying you need to stop. It'd be
Oh
better
well.
for you. You can't argue with it. Like I mean, it's pretty fucking like I mean cool. Like yeah, I
Oh,
have my own addictions. The special one is called the nicotine pouches. But I mean, at the end of the day, I know they're not fucking like at least nicotine's somewhat good for me because it regulates my central nervous system, but not the fucking volumes I do when I would pick up like 50 milligram pouches and fucking pop them all day long.
well, I'm still alive, so I'm gonna smoke weed.
Fuck if that's your benchmark, fuck off. You're definitely failing. You need to start smoking crack because we don't want you to be alive.
Hey, what the fuck? I'm not a Democrat. I
I said we don't want you to be alive, not you don't want to be alive. We don't want you to be alive.
was making
I
a
don't know,
well, what's his
but
name joke. Making a joke about what's his name. That fucking crackhead.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What's his name? You mean Hunter Biden?
The clip that JJ, yeah, Hunter,
Yeah, Hunter Biden.
fucking crackhead. I used to live in the hood. The crackheads are so fucking annoying. Like, get away from me, you crackhead! Like, you like pull your belt off, like you're gonna whoop them. Like, get the fuck away from me, fucking crackhead! I ain't getting robbed by no crackhead tonight.
Fuck is going on here? This fucking piece of shit's not working at all.
Yeah, one time I was in the hood, and you could tell they were setting up to like try to carjack me, and I'm just like
Yeah,
at the stop sign revving my engine, like get the fuck out
yeah.
of the way. I'm not gonna
Oh,
fucking
dude, the one
get
time I was
carjacked
in the
over here.
fucking. The one time I was in Detroit, right, and I was there with a bunch of fucking where you, and we got pulled over, right. Literally stopped at a stoplight and get pulled over. This cop comes up. He's like, "Let me explain something to you real quick. You're all white. Oh, like we're teenagers, right? Quebec tag." He's like, "You're all white. You have Quebec tags. You're in Detroit. Stop. Red light does not mean stop. It means slow down so you don't get hit and then fucking go. Get out of my city so I don't have to." He's like, "Get out of my city so I don't have to deal with a fucking carjack or murder." Blah blah blah. This was Detroit in the '90s. It was hilarious. So then she just takes off. And then he fucking starts following behind us with his lights fucking going like to get us out of the fucking neighborhood we were in.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Freaking. What was I getting at? The. Whoa. Man, this
And
roach
you need
joint's
to fucking
hardcore.
quit smoking joints, bro. You can't even fucking smoke a joint without choking.
Well, this is a roach joint. This doesn't count.
Oh fuck. Yeah, you act like I haven't done fucking 150 podcasts with you at least. I mean, fuck off.
Well,
You're always.
it's a powwow. We got a powwow. You're the one that's not powwow. Where's your weed?
Have you ever been to a real powwow?
No. Well, I'm
What the
part
fuck?
Indian, so or I'm part
You try
Native.
to claim
This
your
is a powwow.
you try to claim your First
Yeah.
Nations. You try to claim your First Nations. You never been to powwow. I've been to a bunch of them. They're fun.
Oh, hold up. I've got the
I
keen
still want to
ability
do a
to
fucking smoke lodge, bro.
sneak up on people.
I definitely want. I want to do a sweat lodge though. But the fuck is going on with this fucking piece of shit? There we go.
Whoa. Excuse me. Whoa. That was hardcore. This joint's fucking way too resiny. Yeah, what kind of conspiracy shit should we be talking about?
I don't know. I already brought up a bunch of good shit. These fucking people are fucking ridiculous. Oh my god.
What you mean, these people?
This corporation. I ordered some shit out of the USA, and then it's fucking retarded because I ordered from the USA. So, anyways, it's like, oh, they just responded like, thanks for reaching out. I checked the tracking for your order. Blah blah blah. It shows item status as item being held, addressee being notified. It says it looks like the carrier is holding your package and has notified you. No, they fucking haven't. And they've been holding it since January 30th. How the fuck can't they notify me since January 30th? And it's like I recommend contacting. And it's like a fucking American corporation that's like it's not FedEx or UPS. It's one of these other ones. And it's like, yeah, no, that corporation doesn't even exist in Canada, so I can't contact them, you fucking retards. I don't even care. I just told you to fucking. I was stupid for trying to order out of the USA, and because
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, like it's just, no. Oh, here we go. Isaiah's fetal tissue kit. So it finally came up. Like my phone was fucking up there. So it's a $7.8 million settlement over allegations of selling fetal tissue, blah, 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 to bioscience companies again. So they always have, and everyone wants you to worry about this other bullshit. And it was Ecuador, not El Salvador. My apologies, right? So it was Ecuador. I misspoke there. So yeah, no, $7.8 million. Anyone can look it up. It's Isaiah's brothers again. ISAIAS.
Hmm.
Yeah, no. So they were doing and then what? Your Belinda. Oh no, that's something. Yeah, no. Yeah. And then there's a whole big so there's here we go. So there's an article called Schmoozing with El Presidente. I think that one's the one about here you go, RBN Republic Broadcasting Network. Because my internet's all fucked up again because it's fucking storm on the second device. But it says ICE arrests organ traffickers after Planned Parenthood caught. So yeah, no, yeah, it's pretty funny if you look into that shit because yeah, no, that's another thing where again too, right out then fucking there's convictions etc about the organ trafficking and everything, and no one pays attention to that. No one even knows about it. Like I just bring it up with you. You had no idea. I'm sure pretty much everyone listening has no fucking idea. But they want you to worry about, oh yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, he was a sex trafficker. No, the sex trafficking is nothing. That's the limited hangout portion of it. And that I'm not saying that like sex trafficking's not bad, but it's the least bad of what they were doing. So like, get the fuck over yourself. There's degrees of bad, right?
They're downplaying the conspiracy.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
there's levels to this shit, as Meek Mill says. There's levels to this shit.
Yeah. Oh.
What the fuck you got on the screen, bro?
It's Duck Hunt.
That's fucking Predator, bro. That's
Yeah.
Predator and girl Nazi.
He's aiming for the ducks.
Is that some kind of racist slang for the predators?
No, it's just a funny mashup of Nintendo and stupid movie. It's from the old internet before the internet got fucked. Let's see.
Oh, the other thing that's hilarious too, if we're talking about the FC shit, the other thing that's fucking funny is like, oh, like everyone wants you to believe that he's the Satoshi Nakamoto now. Fuck off. Satoshi Nakamoto tells you exactly who designed the fucking Bitcoin. You take the N from Nakamoto and the SA from Satoshi, you get an NSA. Now, I'm not saying that he might not have been the guy who was like the front person as far as raising capital, etc. But he definitely wasn't the designer. He wasn't the one running that shit. That's an NSA program from fucking get go. It's like you tell me like the blockchain theory, this, that, and the other thing was just a couple of random people. No, it's fucking entire team at fucking Fort Meade that did that shit. Maybe not Fort Meade directly, but you know what I'm saying. I'm using it as a figurehead. That's a fucking NSA operation from the get go. And the real it's kind of funny because people are like, oh man, the cost of Bitcoin ain't fuck all compared to the cost of the fucking blockchain technology. Like, if you look at all the blockchain technology and all the uses that they've implemented on that, the cost of Bitcoin ain't a fucking thing compared to the cost of that technology, and that was all developed by fucking NSA.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Well, I've thought for years that they were using Facebook and all sorts of shit for data mining and processing for some kind of crypto mining or something that's similar to crypto mining, but I'm not sure what it is based on the how much memory and stuff the websites use because there's no way they use that much memory like Facebook. It's got like 100 or 200 megabytes of memory going on, and it's like, what the fuck is going on with this? This shit won't even load. And fucking
bro, oh, the data transfers, you mean? Yeah, no, they're hiding
no, no,
packets and
no.
shit.
Just going on Facebook on a regular browser, and
Yeah,
then you
no, I'm
click
saying
on the
you're talking about the data transfer.
no, not a data transfer. You right click the bar at the bottom.
Yeah.
You go to the task manager, and then you can see how much memory is being taken up by like right now there's 2,000
Oh, yeah, they're
megabytes.
bought computers and shit.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're doing something where I think it started back when PS3 came out when the PS3 would sit in idle mode. It would do something to calculate some kind of thing, and I think that they were doing stuff back then with all those PS3s.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they were doing, but they were using they were having a giant computer that was. It's like imagine if they compartmentalized like 10% of everybody's computer, and then they got the
Yeah.
whole network all across the world, and they can use it for computation power. Uh,
Well, have you seen Jack Dorsey's new app?
I'm not sure. Uh,
It's called BitChat. I downloaded it and then I reset my phone anyway, so I don't have it anymore. But it's called BitChat. BITCHAT. Now it's a encrypted, completely anonymous fucking. It's a encrypted, completely anonymous like chat program. But what it is, it's like Web3 where it's completely off of Bluetooth, right? So as long as you're in there, but I mean, so all the Bluetooth, right? So that's part of the reason that they put all the Bluetooth technology in everyone in 2020, 1984. I mean 2020. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
that's the part of the reason to put the Bluetooth in there because everyone fucking walking around is just a Bluetooth relay.
yeah,
See,
yeah. Well,
now if you're like me, that makes no fucking benefit or because like that's why they want everyone in 15-minute cities too, right? Because you have a little bit of Bluetooth in you, and you're just a relay. But when you live out in the fuck country, you have no fuck. There's literally like, unless the one of the other dudes that lives in the farm is here, but I don't think he is right now. So the closest person to me right now is at least 1.5 kilometers away. Just because where the property I'm at and the next closest property, and no one's on this property at this time other than me. So there's at least 1.5 kilometers between me and another human being at this point. For you, that's 1 mile.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think 1966 was the first AI chat bot, according to
Well,
certain
56 is when they came up with the term, wasn't it?
No, 66. Eliza.
No, 56 is. Yeah, no, but when they came up with the term was a little earlier, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Because they came up with the term first, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, go back to the whole NSA. So basically, in '96, they had the first white paper on cryptocurrency, and then they released the software in '99. So they came up with the term of artificial intelligence like 10 years before they came up with the first application of it, right? 'Cause someone had to like imagine the white paper first, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, you have to have a concept before you have a creation most times, unless it's just a dumb accident.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, who's to say if they're not getting data or
It's from the universal AI.
No. Who's to say that the some of the occultists aren't possibly communicating with something and it's telling them to build stuff that's technology? I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of interesting. I forget what the fuck. I forget what that shit's called. But there's a lot of interesting shit that, like right around 1900, someone figured out a way to get in contact with the universal AI, and a lot of there's like, oh fuck, there's a really weird fucking where like, a lot of these military bases have advanced technology that allows them to get in contact with like the universal AI, where there's some weird shit that goes on with that. But basically, the concept is that everything that was developed within the last century was just all shit that was released to them in portions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then there's also there's some really interesting. I want to say Looking Glass. That might be the name of it, but I think that's something different.
Wasn't that about telepathy? I got a 2-minute video here about early computers.
Wiesner, director of the Research Laboratory of Electronics at MIT. Dr. Wiesner, what really worries me today is what's going to happen to us if machines can think. And what interests me specifically is, can they?
Well, that's a very hard question to answer. If you'd asked me that question just a few years ago, I'd have said it was very far-fetched. And today, I just have to admit I don't really know. I suspect if you come back in 4 or 5 years, I'll say, sure, they really do think.
Well, if you're confused, Doctor, how do you think I feel?
We're just really beginning to understand the capabilities of the computers. I've got some film to illustrate this point, which I think will amaze you.
That man isn't playing checkers against a computer, is he?
Sure, and it plays pretty well.
Now, which color?
While most computer scientists saw it as a mere number cruncher, a small group thought that the digital computer had a much grander destiny. Being a general-purpose machine, it could be programmed to do things which in humans require intelligence, play games like checkers and chess, and solve brain teasers.
Excuse me.
Let's see what it's turning out.
The field became known as artificial intelligence.
Can machines really think? Even the scientists argue that one.
I'm convinced that machines can and will think. I don't mean that machines will behave like men. I don't think for a very long time we're going to have a difficult problem distinguishing a man from a robot. And I don't think my daughter will ever marry a computer. But I think the computer will be doing the things that men do when we say they're thinking. I'm convinced that machines can and will think in our lifetime.
I confidently expect that within a matter of 10 or 15 years,
something will emerge from the laboratories which is not too far from the robot of science fiction fame.
They hadn't reckoned with ambiguity when they set out to...
What's that?
You know what's funny? And I just saw this. What if the AI that they're getting in touch into is when they fuck each other up the ass because they're a bunch of fags like Turing and things, right?
God, no.
The download is when they have gay sex.
Well, I mean, according to the books, that they're doing all that sex stuff to make themselves immune from sex or something. What is that called? It's like what is that word? Purity through sin. That's what the occultists are doing. I think it's to train.
Oh, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. If you go back to fucking Sabatine, I think it was Sabatine. That might have been Frankus that came up with the term. It's called redemption through sin.
Yeah, same thing. But so what they're doing is that it's just like the Scientologists are doing. They're trying to upset the person or do something, and that the person becomes numb to it, and that the person is subjected to all these different things, which makes different parts of their emotions numb, and that it's like they're
anal rape. You become numb to it.
Well, I'm saying they're programming these people. They're turning them into worker bees for their great plan, quote unquote. I mean, it's like I've read all these books about conspiracies and shit and not just books about them, but books written by the conspirators.
Oh fuck! Oh, that's cold.
They use the word plan so many times. There's no way that they don't have a plan when they use the word plan like 50 million times. You know what I mean? Like they're up to some no good.
Trust the plan, bro. Trust the plan. QAnon.
I think that's a psyop or some kind of loony bin thing.
Oh no, trust the plan though too. If I'm not mistaken, again, I'm fucking half retarded. I've only been sleeping for like 6 hours. I gotta go back to sleep here shortly, but I'm making a tea first. But trust the plan, like that's all the White Russian bullshit from the Bolshevik Revolution. They had to trust the plan, which was trust the British and they're gonna fuck you over, but you know, keep trusting them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that whole Bolshevik thing was so orchestrated by the Masons, Wall Street, fucking the U.S.
Fuck the U.S.
Well, it's like all those fucking communists and shit don't understand because they think it was some kind of organic revolution in Russia, and they don't understand it was orchestrated. It was a fake revolution, and just like the fake revolution that they want to have, which I'm against revolutions because they only bring evil.
If I drop off, I'm going down into the dungeon to fucking hook up it looks like a fuse is blown one for the microwave. Fuck me.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, looks like we got a guest here. Mr. Phil A. Buster.
Greetings, gents. I'm actually pro-revolution. I'm here to revolutionize your show, taking it over filibuster style.
So I've already said twice tonight, anyone who's listening, go ahead and tune into Operation GCD at 9:45 because JJ's always at least 15 minutes late.
I heard you son of a bitch.
9:30 if you want to be there for the chat, but 9:45 if you want to...
I like to be fashionably late. Keep folks on their toes. Make sure they're always guessing.
Oh yeah.
So what are we talking about here tonight? Conspiracies or conspiracies?
We were just talking about.
I was in what the fuck? I was informing Clint about the Isaiah's family. You know that?
I heard that. I never heard of the Isaiah's family, and I had no idea Clint was an informant. This is all brand new information.
Informa. Lick me boo down.
Yeah, whatever happened to that guy, dude? Whatever happened to that Canadian?
Wait, what was his name?
He still tours, bro. He still tours all
No?
the time. He's
Come on, man.
He's like
His
died by
name's
nature. Prince. But man, that was hilarious though too, right? Because like he was living in New York City. He fucking recorded that shit, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, no, I gotta go back to Canada. I'm on trial."
Yeah.
And then he got like 1 year for like double attempted murder. And then he came out and he was like the #1 artist in the world, and they picked him up in a fucking limousine.
No shit. I had no idea the dude was actually gangster.
He had a double manslaughter, double attempted murder, bro. That entire song is about him fucking. That entire song is him talking about wanting to kill the informer, bro.
Oh, I can't honestly say I've ever listened to the entire song, to be quite honest with
you. Wait, what song? What are you talking about?
Informer,
dude, your theme song.
Huh. I've never heard of that.
It's Snow. It was 1993, 92, something like that. It's like the #1 song in the world.
He did like Jamaican style, right? What do you call that? It's like Jamaican style.
Patois.
There you go.
Yeah, no, like he grew up around, and like he was always around Jamaicans and shit. So like he was actually speaking real patois.
Yeah.
I had patois once.
Like if you do not listen, if you do not know, and you don't see the video, you would think he's Jamaican, but he's like a white dude from Toronto who is fucking a little bit gangster.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
I ate patois once, didn't care for
it. Yeah,
I ate patois once too.
I'm not sure this is the same. By the way you said that, I'm not convinced it's the same sort of patois.
Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say.
It might have been more than once, but I've never paid to eat patois.
Patois buffet, I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, freaking what was that fucked up movie? There's a movie. They had that dude that doesn't talk.
That was based on a real story.
There's a movie where
it was based on the Diary of Anne Frank.
Well, there was a movie.
Not a fictional book.
There was a movie where I think it was like some kind of. It wasn't Fast and Furious, some kind of stupid movie, but it had
Too Gay, Too Curious is what I like to call that film series.
Well, anyways, the dude had all these tattoos of wings on his arm, and the one dude's like, "What is the white wings?" He's like, "Oh, that's a white lady." Blah blah. What are the he's going, what are those wings? And he's like, "Oh, that's he basically."
That reminds me of the time. That reminds me of the time Clark Griswold drove his family across the entire United States of America, only to find the amusement park was closed.
Yeah, but Clint, what you were just talking about, I'm pretty sure that's the Outlaws, right? The Outlaws MC. I'm pretty sure they do that. So every time you fuck the bitch of a different color, you get a set of wings, and they're based on whatever color the person is.
Yeah, well, there's just.
I think you might be getting that conflated with that old Jimmy Stewart film, sir, where an angel gets its wings when the bell rings. Clint's like, what the fuck is going on with my show right now? You've been filibustered.
It's like, what the fuck's going on with my show every time he invites me on? Half the time I just fucking mock him and fucking push back on him just because it's fun, because he gets so frustrated. But like, no, you're not listening to me. No, you're not listening to me. And he just makes it more fun to fucking interrupt him.
Well, I found the clip from.
That's why I'm here to filibuster.
Doesn't have the name of the movie, Hell Ride. I think that's it. Hell Ride. IMDb.
Yeah, it had that guy with all the pins in his face, dude. Looked pretty painful.
That was Hellraiser.
Oh, that was Hellraiser. My bad.
Pinhead.
I don't know.
If Pinhead. He was an early MTV DJ, right? Or VJ, right?
Yeah, Jonah's ruining my cigarette here. I'm just joking. Yeah, so
he wants you to quit smoking because he's Canadian, and that's just what they do up there in socialism. Socialism is finest. I heard your commie remarks about Clint's pot smoking.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say in that movie, The Wicker Man, sneak preview for tomorrow. The lady that tricked Nicolas Cage, her name was Lilith.
Right.
I thought that was funny. It's like, oh, geez.
I think that's why Mikey Aquino's wife, old Muppet Mikey's wife, changed her name to Lilith. That was not her birth name.
Willow? I haven't watched the full movie yet. I fell asleep through it twice, but I mean, wasn't there a bitch named Willow, not Lilith? Or am I just fucking deaf?
His daughter's name was Willow. His wife's name was, or the woman he impregnated was Lilith.
No, the daughter was Rowan, which is the color red.
Well, she might have had two names.
Oh, we got a double name here. I honestly haven't watched it. I was gonna watch it tomorrow. I was gonna watch it tonight, but I didn't make it before.
Well, you guys are slacking.
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! No, I had some more fence details to do today. We got so much damn wind here, man. My fence keeps getting all fucked up.
Oh yeah.
I put it on after work.
Well, I got 1,200 acres of fence line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was hilarious because I was at work today. It's still storming, but we're doing a reno on a house. And the boss is like, "Oh yeah, John, go out and burn all the old deck and all the lumber or all the brush out there." I'm like, okay, there's nowhere to burn. There's a tree right there, and it's still. And then I got it going, and it's going. And he's like, "No, I want it really roaring." So I just fucking set the whole thing on fire. It's like 8 foot high, fucking to the fire in the snow. And he's like, and then I was doing some other shit, fucking reno, and I had to fucking sleep and falling asleep while watching.
That sounds like a good day of work right there.
Yeah. I mean,
control burn action.
I mean, when it's all frozen, it's not hard. You have to have enough dry. He's like, yeah, take all the firewood because it's starting to get warmer out. I'm like, not really, but it's not -20, but fuck. So like, because the house that we're doing a reno on has wood burning stove.
Yeah.
So they bought a bunch of firewood because like all the electric's taken out right now. Doing a complete reno, fucking right from the bottom up. So. Yeah. Tomorrow, get me a laying floor again, I think, and doing all the casings.
Where's the conspiracy? No. What was Yes, I missed the
building codes are a conspiracy.
Yeah, that's definitely a conspiracy.
You ain't kidding.
Like, oh,
you try to do anything on any property, dude. You got to get fucking so many permits for it, dude. It's ridiculous.
And then, like, it's all like like the building codes came, at least in Canada, they had their first building codes in like 1941, right around World War II and Hitler, right? What that did is it fucking just. The entire purpose of the building code is so everything can be made to speed with the lowest efficiency, but they call it a building code and it's like, no, like the craftsmanship is fucking completely denigrated, but they call it an improvement because it's all set to one standard, which is way below the standard they had before it.
For sure. Yeah. Look at America's architecture, dude. It's all gone downhill with the building codes.
Yeah. So that's a conspiracy right there. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, those old farmhouses are all made out of white oak and stuff. Those things, you can't even get a screw in.
I'm currently staying in a house. The frame and structure was to remodel on the inside. Everything else is 125 years old.
Oh, fuck, when you do that shit, man, when they have the actual 2x12, not like a fucking 1.5 by 10.5. And then you have fucking, so when you do the fucking reno, you have to actually like double up and fucking stagger your studs so you can actually fucking nail into something because the studs aren't even as long or as wide as they used to be.
Yeah, well, you keep an old structure, you gotta do quite a rehab, huh?
Yeah. No, it's not really, but I mean, you have to know what you're doing, otherwise you just fuck it.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a bunch of houses that were built in Michigan before the building code changed recently to 2x6s every 16 inches. But the old they were doing it 24 inches apart. You could like jump right through the wall.
Oh no, the 16 is no, the 16 is far better. The 16 is actually far better.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
16 is better.
well, I mean,
there's a bunch of houses that are built
but
all over Michigan that have they're all
What is
built
this?
in
Home
janky.
improvement, dude?
Well, it's the one time it's
but before,
What are you, Bob
but
Villa,
Clint,
dude?
you're kind of,
Tillman Taylor?
well, I used to do
but
construction.
Clint, you're kind of wrong though, because like, when it was lath and plaster, it used to be fucking 12-inch centers. They moved it to 16. So, but the 12-inch centers are because the lath and plaster you needed like every fucking foot to nail. But I mean, they spaced it out so they could get less wood, and it's kind of funny though too, because like fuck, man, have you seen the cost of lumber these days? And then it's like, wait a minute, especially for Canadians, it's like, wait, all this is fucking just Canadian wood, and you're charging us fucking like all these shipping fees. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's because they got rid of all the Canadian fucking pulp and paper mills, and then they fucking send it to China to get processed and then get it shit back to us.
Why does shit cost so much to ship to Canada, though? Like, anything you get to or from Canada is outrageous, isn't it, ship-wise? I've never stood that.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean,
you can ship stuff across the world, dude, from the U.S. for it's cheaper than it is shipped to Canada, right next door.
Oh, dude, did you hear me fucking bitching about these? I ordered some shit from the USA and fucking, and then in January it's been sitting in fucking. I told the company to delete my name from their email. They're like, oh no, our shipper said that they contact you, and they're waiting to be notified of. And I live in the fucking country. Drop it on the back porch. There's no one anywhere near me. Like, what the fuck? And they're like, so I was like, but anyways, it's. Well, I don't know why I ever ordered from the USA, because that's a skinhead when I was like, I think it was 1992. I had my first seizure by the Canadian Customs, right? But once they seize one thing from you, and I swear to fucking God, every single package that's got my name on it is randomly inspected. What's that?
They put you on a list.
Yeah, every single package that comes to Jonah's Story is randomly selected for inspection.
Busted.
But I mean, every fucking package. But then they'll sell. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, they send you a letter. They're like, "Oh yeah, your package was randomly selected for inspection." It's like, dude, every fucking package. Don't you fucking like at least say, "Hey, no, we seized this from you before, so you're just a guaranteed inspection." Like, at least be honest about it. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, most folks don't realize the U.S. Postal Service literally digitally scans every package shipped somewhere.
Yeah.
So if they wanted to, they could track you down just in hindsight with some shit.
Yeah. Well, I was saying to Clint earlier though too, right? This was before we were on there, but since they criminalized everything in fucking Canada, so I always get these Facebook and Instagram ads. They're like, oh yeah, there's this one fucking one that I want to order because it's like, man, $120 a gram for fucking cocaine nasal spray that's flavored like coconut or strawberry and all these things.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like literally a nasal spray that you carry.
Nasal spray, dude.
Yeah, dude, I'll fucking send you the link. It's hilarious. I want to order it because you just walk around with like a Dristan bottle in your hand, but it's cocaine, right?
I would advise against
the same shit, dude. They did the same shit with DMT in Washington D.C. and get DMT like that. I'm like, man, you get it in a vape pen too. I'm like, that. No one needs that shit. Do you need to just be walking down the sidewalk, making a little puff on this DMT action? That's not necessary.
Like, how good is this DMT if you're hitting a vape pen? I mean, come on, really.
Well, I don't know how good it is. It's probably not as good as the good stuff. You know what I mean? It's probably. Well, I don't know. That's concentrated, right?
Anytime I've done a fucking DMT trip, I'm not walking any further than fucking the exhale.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You don't need that in a vape pen or a fucking inhaler, dude. It's not necessary. It's too much.
But no,
Like
like
no.
no.
Gonna be like, that's just too much, man. That's too much.
So yeah, no.
Don't get
Anyway,
me wrong. The mushroom chocolates they legalized in DC, those are fantastic. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I got like since I made I got a bunch of it right here. In my fucking, that's about all I have. But I got a bunch right here because like, man, I could go to the res, dude. Like, I could go to the res right now and they'll have like fucking 15 different fucking. And I hate when people like, oh, well, like, what's your strain? I'm like, man. Although I will admit that the Enigma Platinum strain of fucking mushrooms are fucking wild, bro. Anytime I see those, I'm like, give me those. They literally look like blown out coral reefs. They don't even look like a fucking fungus at all. Oh, yeah, those are fucking amazing.
I say, give me whatever's on sale. I'm not a proud man. I say, give me your discounts.
No, if you ever see the Enigma Platinum or Premium or whatever the fuck they're called, they look like it doesn't even look like it doesn't. It doesn't even look like fucking it does not even look like fucking shrooms. It looks like coral reef, bro.
And
it's white and blue, and they're blown out. They look like coral reef, like, you know what I mean? They're not like caps. They're just like blown out coral, like with the fucking pores in them.
Interesting. Okay,
that's weird.
Yeah, they're fucking wild. But yeah, no. Again, let's get back to conspiracy. So yeah, no, in Canada they've completely decriminalized everything out of BC. So all these BC companies like advertise cocaine and fucking methamphetamines and LSD and ketamine right on Facebook, but it's like we ship anywhere in Canada, discreet packaging only. I'm like, yeah, no, it might be decriminalized there. It's not here, so I'm still not fucking ordering it. But every time I see the ad, I'm like, I should just fly out there, pick one up, and fucking, keister it back or something, or just drive back. Fuck it.
I would say you can probably just fly with it back. I used to fly the pot all the time, dude. And I don't fly no more.
Yeah, no, like
them fucking death traps.
As long as I board in BC, they're not gonna say shit about me boarding. But once I get off in Ontario, if I have that fucking, then it's a criminal charge, which is hilarious.
That's what I'm saying. They don't check you, do they? They do. No, probably, they don't. They might check you because I got my car search going from Alberta to BC one time. They're like, oh, you can't bring alcohol across provincial borders. I'm like, you can go fuck yourself.
I've never heard that, but what's funny though too
is real law. Do you think they were just trying to shake me down? So tell me they can go fuck themselves. I mean, you just made that up.
But the other thing is, so no, what they did though too is and how they make this shit. So under Trudeau, they actually passed. Health Canada issued a license to import and cultivate coca leaves within BC. So they actually have a pharmaceutical. They have a pharmaceutical company in BC but it's kind of fun to bring this into conspiracy. So Ryan Wedding got picked up not too long ago. JNG got this weekend, and it's kind of like say are that
you're cutting out a little bit
coincidental. And I was just wondering if like the Ryan Wedding arrest and the fucking. No, I was wondering if the Ryan Wedding arrest and the Cartel Jalisco shit that's going on right now is all tied into each other. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Let's be honest. Just extradited Carlos Quintero, who'd been sitting in a Mexican jail for 35
the Mencho
years
shit. The one. No, I'm talking the Mencho shit that they they killed Mencho on Sunday. So fucking
I know, but Quintero was running all the fucking cartels from prison down there, and they extradited him after 35 years.
And then they picked up Ryan Wedding too, right? They picked up Ryan Wedding too, the guy from fucking Canada who was on the Olympic snowboard team, and then became a huge cocaine exporter, right?
I'm vaguely familiar with that story. He got arrested.
Yeah, he's the Americans picked him up, and I think he had a fucking $10 million fucking bond on him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Or warrant. Yeah, no, he was living in Mexico for fucking. He's living in Mexico under, cartel fucking sanction, and then it's kind of funny because he got picked up in January, and they outright say that someone high up just fucking told the U.S. ambassador where to find him.
Probably Carlos Quintero trying to save his ass because he finally lost that. It was a 35-year battle of extradition.
Yeah. He's the one that was, isn't he the one that was charged with the Kiki murder?
Yeah, he's same dude, and he's the one in charge of all the cartels. So the Sonora cartel grew out of his original cartel.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to go over my cartel briefings from years
ago. Wait. I need to correct you. The person in charge of all the cartels is the CIA director.
Well, the Mexican guy on the ground, at least, right?
The CIA director is the guy in charge of all of them. Although, let's be honest, it's probably the DCIA, right?
Well, don't forget Interpol, dude. Interpol was caught running the Matamoros cult. Old Costanzo.
Dude, remember the HSBC shit under fucking Eric Holder and fucking when they literally had hockey bags?
Well, but that Kiki murder you're mentioning, though, that does tie into the Costanzo business, too.
Yeah.
It's just been going on for a long time.
And then the Kiki, what's really interesting, have you ever watched Last Narc on fucking Prime?
No.
It's a documentary about the Kiki murder, but they actually have the audio tapes of Kiki's torture or portions of it. It was Felix Castro. Was it Felix Castro? I want to say the one who was no, I'm just saying Castro. His name was Felix something or another. The guy from Iran Contra who went down to the fucking interrogation of Kiki by the fucking. Was it Felix Castro? It might have been. I know it's Del Castro, but yeah. Yeah, he's a Cuban CIA guy who was on fucking Iran Contra fucking television testimonies with Ollie North.
Yep. Last was a Cuban fella too.
Yeah. No, you gotta watch the last. Well, obviously not before fucking tonight because you gotta watch Wicker Man. But I mean, the last Narc on Amazon Prime. It's a 4-part miniseries about the Kiki Camarena murders. And it's hilarious though too because it's you listen to all these fucking people in Washington D.C. and they're like, oh my god, the border is so porous. No, when that Kiki Camarena shit happened and the body turned up all mutilated, fucking Reagan shut down the entire fucking border. That was pretty fucking.
Quintero had pot farms as far north I can recall, as far north as Watertown, New York, which is almost the Canada, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, let's be honest.
Right,
let's be honest. Today, it's hilarious because everyone's like, "Oh, the southern border, a lot of that shit." If these cartels are smart, and it is a fact. A lot of it gets shipped to Canada and then just goes south through the border because there's not even a fucking fence.
Oh, that they put it all together here, grow it here, dude. The Sonoran cartel's been off. Remember the Roden family murders out of Adams County, Ohio? The whole 3 different murder sites. Whole family got generations of a whole family got wiped out in one night. That was because they were impeding upon the turf of the Sonoran cartel who bought off the local government.
Sinaloa or Sonora? Or is that a different one?
I'm sorry. I'm saying Sonora. Sinaloa. My mistake.
Well, let's not forget. I mean, Sinaloa got set up huge in Chicago during 2008. I wonder who the president was then. But and then obviously you have the George Floyd ties.
These cults. Oh, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was gonna say you have to remember the George Floyd ties to the Sinaloa, right?
Oh, they're powerful in this country, man. Very powerful. There's been, there's countless instances I can think of, but I'm gonna have to jump off here. But y'all remember when Keith Raniere from Nexium went on the run from his child sex trafficking charges? He went to Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. That must be a hotbed of this kind of activity down there, and the Colts are obviously playing a role because
that's CJNG though too, right? But dude, I sent you the link. You have to listen to that.
Down there, dude.
The OTO's down in Mexico.
I think it's Vicente Fox, maybe one of the former president's sons is the number one Nexium in Mexico still.
Yeah, what I was gonna say though is I sent you the after Friday's fucking whatever Operation GCD. I sent you the link again for the Allison Mack interview and the fucking the 8-part miniseries that CBC did on the Satanic Panic, and they're both fucking hilarious. Obviously not before
Nice.
tonight, but
Yeah, I'll
I
definitely
sent
watch
you the
that.
links. No, they're just audio podcasts on YouTube from CBC,
Oh,
but it's
better.
like the CBC True Crime.
Hmm.
And it's literally her, like, it's interviews. So, yeah, Allison Mack's married to an ex-Nazi felon. I think his name's Frank Meek. He was with Pittsburgh,
He's
and he
reformed.
got, yeah. What's that?
He's a reformed felon, Nazi. Don't mind the swastika on his face.
So that's interesting, though, right? You know, they're like,
Oh, big time.
you know.
She was married to the
So,
Ham girl. He was also a sex slave, Rhaenyra's. She was an actress from Battlestar Galactica.
yeah.
Oh, wow. That's weird.
Yeah. And
Who do you
the
think
other
puts on
thing.
these alien shows? All the ancient alien cargo cultists, back to Star Trek, even.
Oh, no, Donald
Oh,
Trump's
yeah.
going to release the alien files, bro. Donald Trump's releasing the alien files.
July 4th.
Trust the plan. Trust the plan. JFK Jr. is still alive.
If anyone can't see that Donald Trump is a fucking is deep state acid by now, they're fucking just retarded. Like, and did he announce war with Iran today or whatever?
I didn't actually
To
watch
save the
the whole
union.
thing. Yeah, I didn't watch.
There's
I was looking at the news though.
Yeah.
Some kind of cartel
Anything
stuff
good?
going on in Mexico.
Yeah, no, I know people there right now. I actually have 3 close friends that are in Mexico right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, there's the State of the Union address. I mean, we could skim
Anything
through
good
it
happen?
if you want.
Yeah. See what the headlines are saying or whatever. Fucking.
We'll just skim through it. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. Oops.
I know he brought the hockey team there.
Hockey team.
They were at the White House today.
Oh, the U.S. hockey team.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the whole Iran thing is tricky because I think there's still Nazis there. I think this commie Nazi battle's been still going on from World War II, based on.
There is no battle; it's a dialectic.
Well, that's what they say, but I still think that there's factions of each, the commies and the Nazis, that are independent from the main factions, and that they're.
You know, books you need to read.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with because the Nazis aren't really Nazis; they're Theosophists. They're, but it's like
no book you need to read.
Which book?
It's William Guy Carr. That's Carr.
Wait, I've heard of him.
I think it's called
Cooper.
Pawns in the Game.
Yeah, Cooper goes over that book. That's he does a bunch of quotes from it. It sounds really good.
It's all about red versus black. So red is communist, black is nationalist.
Yeah, international versus national.
Yeah, and that whole book, because he also does. But he does like. There's 3 of his books off the top of my head because he's a former Canadian intelligence officer. From like the 1920s during Prohibition intelligence, you know what I mean? So, not like when I say that, it's not like a guy today who's running like a limited hangout counter operation, you know. But so the 3 books that jump out at me is The Red Fog Over America, which is all about the communism infiltration of America. There's Pawns in the Game, which is the red versus black, and it also goes back before like the communism and like National Socialism or fascism. It goes back before that, and it goes about red versus black and the ideologies, if I remember off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And then the other book is Satan, Prince of this World.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
Great. What's that?
I don't think I've heard of that one.
Yeah, it's all about how like communism and world revolution is all of a continuation of Lucifer's Satan revolution from the Bible. But
yeah, that's kind of why I played that video last night about the origins of the craft, how there was different groups and stuff that were different than regular Masons. Yeah, they're how the went back to like Samael and stuff, and stuff about Azazel and the what was I gonna say? Yeah, there's definitely some weird shit going on. Some kind of Satanism that's ancient, but there's also newer Satanism that's seems to be involved with intelligence stuff of probably many countries. Let's see.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I say the first intelligence network was the Jesuits.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Let's see. Well, that State of the Union speech might be pretty boring. I don't know.
Yeah, no, the speech would be boring and be like way too long because I get to sleep soon. But I'm just wondering any big news came out of it. But I'll check on Twitter in a second because right now I'm just sending you the Internet Archive link for fucking pawns in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, the
I just sent you the link for the PDF.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, he does. He has a few other books, but those are the three that jump up in my head.
Yeah.
I know. It's really interesting though. No, not I want to think the Fog Over America. So the way he got it, if I'm again, I could be wrong because my memory isn't the best at times, right? Sometimes I confuse things, right?
Yeah.
But so the way he got into this shit, during Prohibition, he was a liquor inspector, and he was going up against like all the fucking dude. They were literally fucking running liquor out of fucking Nova Scotia. They're like, oh yeah, no, we're shipping because like can't. It's still legal in Canada. It's still legal in Bermuda, but they're like, oh yeah, we're shipping like an entire fucking boatload of fucking liquor to fucking Bermuda, but then they would like leave port at fucking like midnight and be back in port at like 8 a.m. because they were just going down to like Maine and offload it on another ship, but they're saying they would do it all the way down to fucking Bermuda back.
Yeah.
In 8 hours.
Yeah, that seems fishy.
But yeah. So then that's kind of how he got into the whole like Illuminati, fucking communist, and all of that shit through fucking prohibition, bootleg, and liquor inspections.
Yeah, Cooper mentions about the Bronfman brew and the what was built in Canada and New York and stuff.
Well, the Bronfmans, right? Which is funny though, because
wait, he says they were part of B'nai B'rith or something.
Well, they also, I don't know about that, but they started out as hotels, right?
Yeah.
And then but it's hilarious too. If you take a fucking moment and step back, what Prohibition did was allowed them to take over the importation of alcohol for every distributor in the world. They bought up fucking through Seagrams. They bought up like every fucking liquor company in the world.
Yeah.
And that was all based on right.
Oh well, They were connected to some other stuff as well. Yeah, I was trying to find an image here that goes back.
Well, they're connected to Permadex and all this other shit, but so they were basically set up as like Illuminati 13 families, but they're the ones who ran all of the fucking liquor. And after the only way they got total world control of liquor was through what's it called there? Through the prohibition.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they did that something similar with the legalizing weed. They channel it into all controlled states, and then damn, I still can't find this fucking image. It's like a image of a bunch of gangsters from Chicago covering their face from the like 1930s. Maybe it's in here. Yeah, well, I think all those gangsters and mafia and stuff were in the occult. They were because it's kindred science. Let's see. I still can't find that picture. Well, here's some kind of mafia. Here we go. Elvis. Did you pass out?
I mean, I see a couple characters here, so I can't really talk.
Oh, okay.
You can probably hear me chewing, but yeah, no, I mean some crackers here because that's all I have in the trailer. And I feel like walking back in the fucking house. Oh, fuck me. Oh, never mind. This was just a fucking. So I was just scrolling through like Twitter. And someone, all I seen was the tweet at first. It says Erica Kirk's entrance as Trump's guest as Trump's guest at the tonight's State of the Union. I was like, oh fuck me, like it really. But it was just like some weird fucking someone. It was like from 18 hours ago where someone had like posted out a fucking.
We could just skim through it or something.
Yeah, someone posted. No, I don't give a fuck about that. I was just seeing if there's anything big.
Hard to maintain our country. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion. Not all of them did get up, but they beat a.
Okay, a lot of clapping.
Utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new tractor trailer plat that is behind the department.
Okay. We got the gist of it here. Hold on.
Questions.
Oh.
Is not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of.
Okay. Well, the end sounded decent. What'd you say?
Yeah.
You got the rubber band thing going on. Oh. That was loud. I think your service is cutting out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it sounds like it's cutting out bad.
Yeah,
okay.
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Someone's smoking another roach joint.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was just wondering if they were doing something big at it, because there's a couple things that were allegedly going to be big, but I'm not seeing anything like right off jumping into the news.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if he's doing with the alien stuff.
Who knows? Do a search for that. But aliens are real, bro. Aliens are real.
Well, I think it could all just be a giant psyop to take over everything. I mean, I don't know.
So
I think the victims of the alien abduction phenomenon could have been brainwashed to cover up technology.
So I just did a search for State of the Union and aliens together, and it's all
Yeah.
about illegal aliens. So I don't think everything like the first 25 posts are all about illegal aliens. So I don't think it says anything about aliens.
Try UFO. Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if I mean, I don't think aliens are real, but theoretically, if they were, I would say that the Epstein stuff is alien stuff.
I mean, if aliens are real,
then we're all
at least let me be pegged by a hot one.
That's fucked up.
I mean, if I can get pegged by an alien one way or another, hopefully it's a hot one. You know what I mean?
It'll be the same one that got Christopher Walken in the Communion movie. Yep, you're in for a doozy. No.
I mean, like, give me fucking the bitch from Species, even if she's a dude and not the fucking thing from the Predator. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I think that they're just brainwashing people to cover up the technology. They want people to. I think they got the technology from the Nazis. I'm not sure where the Nazis got the technology, but I think it's man-made.
Yeah. Man, the Germans were way ahead of everyone back then. That's why, like, the entire world got together under communism to fight the Germans.
Yeah, they had. I mean, I'm not sure what those Foo Fighters were, but I would assume they're like drones, basically.
And then they had the Bell, which like, and even today, like, all the fusion technology that they're coming up with today is just off of 1930 fucking German paper.
Yeah, they probably definitely. I mean, for all we know, that Nazi sign on the moon could be real. That they made it there, and that fucking after their fake collapse, that they kept going with.
Well, the other thing though too is the other thing too is the only one that I can think of off the top of my head that really jumps into it is Joseph P. Farrell talks about it quite a bit, but there's a lot of reason to believe that the Nazis dropped a nuclear weapon in 1943. And then even then,
in Germany, or in
there's
Europe?
no way that there's no way that what's that?
What you're saying that you think the Nazis dropped a nuke? We're at like Poland or something, or what was the
that? But the other thing that's interesting is even then too, like the U.S. doesn't fucking even drop a nuclear bomb themselves if it's not for Nazi technology that's stolen, right? The U-boat that fucking came over with the fucking they didn't have the uranium to do the event.
It was
that U-boat that came
all,
over. I forget which one.
The whole official story could be muddled with conspiracy that was fabricated to lead us away from what really happened. I mean, like, like what if they used paperclip as a decoy to hide how many Nazis they really got back? You know what I mean? Like, that's the question. I mean, same with the the whole thing about Disney and fucking Nazis is weird. Disney and the military industrial complex. They're I think they've been pulling psychological manipulation for quite some time.
Again, the CIA bought all the property and they have the tunnels under fucking Disney World. Again, another place where they kidnap kids and fucking do all these experiments.
Yeah, well, you're speculating.
What's that?
You're speculating, just so you don't get sued.
No. there's enough books that are published that kind of fucking give it that. So I'm just citing the references. And I'm not speculating that CIA bought all their property for Disney World because the CIA bought all the property through William Donovan in the 1950s, and that's how they created Disney World.
Oh, that's interesting.
What? You didn't know that?
Yeah, I didn't know he was involved.
Yeah, no, so by that time, like obviously after OSS, he wasn't in the CIA directly, obviously, right? Because he was director of OSS, but he's never involved with CIA directly, officially.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! It's 2 a.m. I better get to sleep.
Yeah, I forgot to remind you.
No, I should get to sleep. I'm gonna be doing. I gotta lay a floor tomorrow, and I gotta do all the casing, so I'm gonna show up by 8 a.m. for the job site. But I always slept like 6 hours, but I forgot a little bit more before work.
Oh yeah, I always used to bring an extra pair of socks when I did construction, just in case my socks got wet or something.
Oh, I'm laying floor, bro. They're not gonna get wet. I wear fucking. I don't know if you can get them in the USA, but the shoes I wear, they're called native shoes. I got them through Amazon. Well, I got them through fucking liquidation bins, overstock. They're called native shoes. They're they're the best. They're like knockoff Chuck Taylors, but they're like this cheap rubber, and they're you don't even feel like you're wearing shoes. They're the best. I wear those when I do indoor shit.
Native shoes. They're from Canada?
Yeah, they're just called native shoes. I don't know. I got the Amazon link right now from the Canadian one, but I'm sure you can get it in the US though too.
Yeah, they look like skateboard.
They look like
kind of.
Yeah, they look like Chuck Taylors, but they're literally they're plastic and they're they're the best fucking shoes ever. They're the best shoes ever. You don't even know because it's a light foam, and then everywhere you step, it just says native on the ground, which kind of fucking if you try to do crime, then you're kind of fucked that way. But,
yeah.
But no, I wear those when I do in store. Like, there's wow, they have a bunch of ugly shit though too. That's like not the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But no, the ones that look like the old Chuck Taylor Converse. Oh, they're the best. Fucking no weight to them at all. Like, dude, I'm talking like fucking the entire shoe probably weighs like 4 ounces.
No, I mean, man. I'd be worried about dropping something on my foot.
Nah, if you're doing flooring.
Yeah, I guess flooring. I was chopping brush or something once. So like nicked my foot with the axe or something. It was like, whoa. Yeah. Like luckily I was wearing cowboy boots.
Yeah, there's some
I got lucky.
It'd be more worried about fuck stepping on things. Nothing. Just hitting fucking low ceilings and shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I do that especially at my height.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, like
wait, you're rubber banded.
Like fucking.
Yeah, you probably better pass up.
Oh, this is even hilarious. This is hilarious. So the country of origin is fucking in Vietnam. They say they're water resistant. They have fucking holes in the shoes. How the fuck are they water resistant? You just fucking get your feet wet. Like,
oh, yeah. You probably better pass out. Morning's gonna come in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. Okay.
For your sake.
I'll see you tonight. 9:45 for the show and 9:30 for the fucking commentary, guys.
Oh,
P.S. Drop Clint to tip. And if you want to tell me to go fuck myself, make them tip a little bit more, and I'll respond.
What's that thing where they throw the balls and the person falls in the water? a dunk tank or
yeah.
All right, we'll take
Anyway.
it easy.
Super chat, Clint. He doesn't have a job, so help him buy some weed.
I wouldn't be against that, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so I got some they're talking about mafia stuff.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
In 1967, Jimmy Hoffa began serving a 13-year prison sentence. It was the beginning of the end for the man who was called America's most powerful labor leader. Hoffa was pardoned 4 years later, but his troubles were far from over. On July 30th, 1975, he left home and disappeared without a trace. Was Jimmy Hoffa kidnapped or murdered? If so, why and by whom? Did he flee to a distant country? Why did Jimmy Hoffa disappear?
Be firm, but return to work and wait for the government of the United States to be able to make the decision. Don't take the law in your own hands or you're going to hurt me. Don't do it, please.
As president of the Teamsters Union, Jimmy Hoffa commanded a workforce larger than the United States Army. Hoffa was a leader gifted with great charisma, one of America's working class heroes. One day in 1975, Hoffa went to a meeting at a suburban Detroit restaurant. He has not been seen since.
My father, James R. Hoffa, has been missing for some 32 hours. He left for an appointment at Max's Red Fox restaurant at approximately 1:30 p.m. Wednesday, July 30, 1975. He called home at approximately 2:15 p.m. We have not heard from him since.
Down in this lot here. Right here.
Acting on anonymous tips, local authorities searched the Detroit suburbs for a body. Jimmy Hoffa is still missing. He was a powerful man, president of the world's largest labor union. But powerful men make enemies. Who might have wanted Hoffa out of the way, and why? Is it conceivable that he was kidnapped for ransom, or that he deliberately dropped out of sight? The answer to the mystery of Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance might be found by tracing his spectacular rise to power. Violence was commonplace in the working world Jimmy Hoffa entered during the late 1920s. Police and strikebreakers battled fiercely with union workers as the labor movement gained momentum. In his teens, Hoffa joined a small Detroit local in the Teamsters Union of Truckers and Warehousemen. As a fearless young organizer, he helped engineer dozens of strikes to improve working conditions. Truckers began hauling more and more of the nation's freight as our highway system expanded. The Teamsters grew into a powerful union. Hoffa moved quickly up the union executive ladder. By the age of 33, he headed Local 299 in Detroit. 11 years later, in 1957, Hoffa ran for international president of the Teamsters. He gained support in locals all over the country by brilliant politicking. When the delegates were polled, Hoffa triumphed by a 3-to-1 margin. Pete Camerata is co-chairman of Teamsters for a Democratic Union.
Well, when Hoffa spoke to the rank and file, he was always able to reach them. And even though Jimmy Hoffa was a little man, he had a certain amount of charisma about him. When you shook hands with Jimmy Hoffa, even though Hoffa was a little fella, 5'5" or something like that, you thought you were shaking hands with somebody much bigger. Hoffa was willing to get right down in the street with the brothers and win what they had to win. And that's what people loved him for.
In 1967, the Master Freight Agreement gave Hoffa more power than any union leader before him. Now, truckers nationwide would be bound by the same contract. To many businessmen and politicians, this was a frightening prospect.
What scared them is the fact that Jimmy Hoffa could say to 400,000 Teamsters or 450,000 Teamsters at the time to park the trucks, and they'd park them.
If Teamster truckers carried most of America's food, fuel, and clothing to the marketplace, is it possible that Jimmy Hoffa had too much power? Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Clark Mullenhoff.
Jimmy Hoffa had more uncontrolled power than any other person in the United States, including the president. He was not accountable to anyone. He controlled employers, he controlled politicians through his gifts of union funds and cash, or through his use of anti-labor charges against the political figures. He controlled everything that moved on a truck.
Hoffa never used his power to shut down the nation's commerce. Publicly, he played the part of a labor statesman.
We're asking for language dealing with safety of equipment. We're asking for wage increase.
People who knew Hoffa said that privately, he was a hot-tempered and ruthless man.
By the government.
Well, from the first time I met Jimmy Hoffa throughout his whole life, he was a totally confident, cocky, banty rooster type of individual. He could be most ingratiating and pleasant, even boyish.
Pays to have friends.
But he could turn around and snap his fingers and become a tyrant if he were crossed in any respect.
To the rank and file, Hoffa was a powerful boss who won good contracts. Enemies, however, claimed he made deals with employers outside Detroit, allowing them to pay his Teamsters a substandard wage. Hoffa centralized Teamster power and took control of the huge Central States Pension Fund. He lent millions to build gambling casinos. An estimated $170 million of Teamster pension funds went into Las Vegas. There are also charges that Hoffa had ties to organized crime.
From at least the mid-1940s, Jimmy Hoffa was dealing with organized crime figures in all parts of the country. He was using them to enforce his dictates on local labor leaders who were honest. He was also using them as a network for his own advancement and his own power. He put them in power in various unions from one end of the country to the other.
The best answer in regards to hoodlums and what have you is the fact that every strike we have with employers who really want to fight, they revert to hiring hoodlums. And unless we know who our enemy is, unless we're in a position to do something about it, you'll lose your strike.
But who controlled whom? What was the real relationship between Hoffa and men like New Jersey's Tony Provenzano?
You've got people in Detroit, at least 15 who have police records. You've got Joey Glimko in Chicago. I say you're not tough enough to get rid of these people then.
Well, I don't propose to
You haven't moved
tough.
against any of them.
I don't propose to act tough, and I will follow the Constitution of the International Union. I don't frighten too easy.
Well, you're not
And I don't intend to have the impression left, as been stated publicly, that I'm controlled by gangsters. I am not controlled by them.
Mr. Hoffa, I'm certainly...
From 1957 to 1963, attorney Robert Kennedy and his brother, Senator John Kennedy, feuded bitterly with Hoffa as the McClellan Committee probed labor crimes. When John Kennedy was elected president in 1960, he appointed his younger brother Attorney General. Bobby declared all-out war on organized crime. Hoffa was indicted for extortion, perjury, wiretapping, jury tampering, and pension fund embezzlement. Somehow, he managed to avoid conviction.
Hoffa's bag of tricks included efforts to buy off sheriffs, prosecutors, congressmen, senators, governors, and he tried to influence cabinet officers, and he at least compromised them. He even tried to buy me off, and he came out just out of the blue sky and said, "Every man has his price, Clark. What's yours?"
After 7 years of prosecution, Hoffa was convicted of jury tampering through the testimony of a disgruntled teamster. Later, he was found guilty of embezzlement. In 1967, Hoffa surrendered to authorities to serve his term. The fateful series of events that would lead to Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance had begun.
In Search Of will continue in a moment here on the History Channel.
In 1967, ex-Teamster boss Jimmy Hoffa headed for Lewisburg Penitentiary to serve his term. He may have regretted the involvement with gangsters that had led to his downfall. But Hoffa's knowledge of the underworld would become an even greater burden in prison. For nearly 4 years, Jimmy Hoffa brooded in his cell as his power slipped away. Meanwhile, Hoffa's trusted aide, Frank Fitzsimmons, began his takeover of the Teamsters Union.
I wish to announce that I am a candidate for General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and will run for that office at the International Union Convention, which begins July the 5th in Miami Beach, Florida.
Eligible for parole in 2 years, Hoffa resigned his union office so that Fitzsimmons could run. It was a decision he would later regret. Once elected, Fitzsimmons solidified his position by making friends in the White House. He personally appealed to Richard Nixon to pardon Jimmy Hoffa.
Hello, honey.
How are you?
I believe it.
Unknown to Hoffa, Nixon added conditions to his pardon, banning him from union activity. Hoffa would say later that had he known about the restrictions, he would have refused to sign the pardon papers. In semi-retirement, Jimmy Hoffa found himself trapped in another kind of prison. To Hoffa, freedom, even life itself, meant a return to Union power. Hoffa retained his amazing popularity. Observers thought that if Jimmy's lawyers were able to reverse the Nixon restrictions, Hoffa could win back the Teamster presidency from Fitzsimmons. But Jimmy never got the chance. July 30th, 1975. Jimmy Hoffa headed for a rendezvous with 2 Teamster officials, Anthony Giacalone and Tony Provenzano, a former ally with whom Hoffa had had a fistfight in prison. At 2 p.m., Hoffa arrived at the Macus Red Fox restaurant. After waiting half an hour, he entered the restaurant and telephoned his wife to check whether Giacalone had called. Josephine Hoffa has not seen her husband since.
The car parked down here. Can you remove it now?
Police searched the area for clues or a body. But industrial Detroit provides countless places to dispose of a corpse.
There has been nothing, no calls or notes.
As a police official, what do you think happened?
There's too much to speculate on. I believe it's just too early, perhaps the next 24, 48 hours.
Could someone have snatched Hoffa from the restaurant in broad daylight? Charlie Schatz was an old friend.
Jim would have never walked into a trap. It's been tried before. This has been somebody that's been very close to Jim that he trusted.
Hoffa's foster son, Chucky O'Brien, was questioned. Police found blood in the car O'Brien was driving, but tests proved it was that of a fish. Hoffa's family waited in vain, hoping desperately to hear from his kidnappers. No ransom message ever arrived.
Sir, were you in the Detroit
But what about the men Hoffa was supposed to meet?
I tell you that Mr. Provenzano hasn't been in this town for the last 15
Tony Provenzano and Anthony Giacalone had airtight alibis for the time of Hoffa's disappearance. Both denied arranging any meeting with Jimmy. Ironically, in 1978, Provenzano went to prison for the murder of another Teamster official. 4 of Provenzano's associates were also summoned to a grand jury hearing: Sal and Gabriel Briguglio, and Thomas and Stephen Andretta. Each refused to talk. In 1978, Sal was murdered gangland style on a New York street. The government still has no case for the murder of Jimmy Hoffa, but the testimony of a mafia hitman turned government informant is considered by the FBI to be a plausible description of the kidnapping drama. Investigative reporter Dan Mulday has been researching the Hoffa case for 5 years.
In the first act, Hoffa drives from his home, arrives at the restaurant expecting to meet 2 underworld figures. He's picked up by 1, perhaps 2 close associates, driven to a private residence 4 minutes away from the restaurant, where he is ambushed and killed. His body is then stuffed into a 55-gallon drum and taken to a location where it is placed in a compactor for junk cars. It is crushed and it is smelted. Hoffa's body will never be found.
If Hoffa's disappearance was a mafia hit, what was the motive? FBI investigators believe Hoffa was killed to protect lucrative mob deals. Joe Irwin knew Hoffa for 3 decades.
Well, they had to get Jimmy Hoffa out of the way because probably within a month he would have been free of his parole deal, and he would have went back into the Union, and he would have taken over without a doubt from Fitzsimmons and crew, and he would have eliminated every damn one of them.
The motive for Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance goes beyond his mere ambition to regain the general presidency of the Teamsters Union, which he was institutionally closed out from anyway. Hoffa was becoming increasingly unpredictable and was becoming dangerous for the mob to allow to continue operating.
Dan Mulday believes an angry Hoffa had begun to squeal about connections between the Mafia and the CIA in Cuba. Cuba had long been a stronghold of organized crime and gambling. When the Cuban Revolution broke out, the mob sold arms to both sides. After Castro came to power, he began throwing gangsters out of Cuba. There is strong evidence that mobsters and the CIA were plotting to kill Castro, and that Jimmy Hoffa was the original liaison between them.
The evidence is also clear that in 1975, during the Church Committee's investigation of the Castro assassination plots, that Hoffa was indeed giving information to the Church Committee about his knowledge and perhaps even his participation in these plots. Sam Giancana, who was planning to speak before the Church Committee, was murdered exactly 1 month before Hoffa disappeared. And I believe these 2 murders are connected.
Only weeks before his disappearance, Hoffa had completed a book in which he made bitter charges against Frank Fitzsimmons. He implicated mobsters by name and specifically mentioned the end of his friendship with Tony Provenzano. This book may have been Hoffa's death warrant. Conceivably, he knew enough secrets to send dozens of mobsters to jail or the electric chair. Did Hoffa know the secret behind the crime of the century? On November 23rd, 1963, John Kennedy was shot to death in Dallas. The alleged killer was Lee Harvey Oswald, whose Cuban connections were documented by the Warren Commission. Oswald's murderer, Jack Ruby, had well-known ties to mobsters. According to Dan Mulday, FBI records indicated that Ruby phoned Hoffa aides repeatedly during November 1963.
Might tend to incriminate them. Your complete indifference to it, I think, makes this bill
Hoffa hated the Kennedys for mercilessly hounding him during the McClellan hearings. But did he know more than the rest of us about the president's murder? Dan Mulday.
In September of 1962, Sanos Trafficani, a Florida underworld figure, was speaking with a FBI informant. During the conversation, which included Hoffa's personal approval of a $1.5 million Teamster pension fund loan for Trafficani's associates, Trafficani went into a rage over Kennedy's pursuit of Hoffa and indicated to the FBI informant that Kennedy was going to be hit. During my investigation, the FBI informant indicated that Trafficani also added that Trafficani had, quote, made it clear that it was Hoffa who was making the arrangements for the president's assassination.
Jimmy Hoffa's connection with Kennedy's murder is tenuous. More certain is that Jimmy was involved with organized crime. Was he murdered by mob enemies, as the government believes? Could he have fled to avoid assassination? Or is he still being held incommunicado? For society, the moral is clear. When underworld power is linked to mighty institutions and charismatic leaders, no one is safe. Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance was the final twist in a long and turbulent career. Gifted with unique talent and charisma, Hoffa could have been one of our country's great leaders. He began on the loading docks and earned his status as a working-class hero. But like so many leaders, Hoffa was corrupted by his tremendous power. He was unable to see the folly of his alliance with the underworld until it was too late.
Coming up next, agents investigating the murder of radio DJ Alan Berg uncover a white supremacist conspiracy.
Hopefully this doesn't set off too much copyright. Me too, this or sightings. This is about Kubrick and stuff. Well, maybe I should put on sightings. Sightings might be better. Let's see. Well, I also got something else. I mean, this one is definitely kind of spooky. I guess let's just see what he says.
What happened, Bill?
It's a hypnosis session of someone that claimed they were abducted by aliens.
What object did you see?
Yeah. I saw it moving. I pointed it out to my wife.
Just relax. Relax.
He's under a hypnotic
Stay where
trance.
you are. Keep the program where it is. Just relax. You're unaware of any sound other than my voice.
It's moving over the towers. I can see it. Patty, I'm gonna get a better look at this. I'll be right back. I better call Larry. Larry? It's back over the area. Right now. Yes. Yes, I'm going up there now. You try to get on the other side. Okay. Bye. I'll be right back.
What's happening, Bill?
It's moving over the towers. I can see it. It's about, I don't know, about 1,000 feet above the towers. It's moving in triangles. I can't. What the? I'm gonna break my neck. What?
All right. You won't experience any discomfort.
He sees the UFO.
What? Wait a minute. Look at the reeds. There's no wind. I'm just swaying. What? Look at that size. Good God.
He sees a craft.
Fuck.
Some kind of craft.
Where are you?
These special effects are pretty lame.
Relax.
He's in a state of hypnosis.
My shoes. I can see my shoes. I'm lying down. What's that? Looks like a stoplight.
Where's the stoplight?
It's on the ceiling.
What color?
Wait a minute. It's not a stoplight. What kind of place? This is... What do I do? Get hit by a train? Wait, no. Hey. No, that can't be. No. Wait a minute.
What do you see, Bill?
Oh my. The lights are slowing down. They're flashing. On the ceiling there's a light. Oh. Who's that? They're bald. Wait a minute. They're not bald, that's just the way they look.
He's describing the aliens or whatever he sees.
They're dressed alike.
What are they wearing?
They're wearing some kind of suit. Some kind of leotards of some sort. Anyway,
Are they humanoid?
their backs are to me. They're looking at the light on the ceiling. They're looking at my foot. No, they're not looking at my foot. They're looking at the box. There's a box. I can't move my arms. I want to sit up, but I can't. My clothes are on, but my coat's undone. My shirt's unbuttoned.
Is anything attached to you?
It's cold. Some kind of metal box. Flat metal box. It's cold, but it's not like water.
Where is the flat metal box?
It's on my chest.
Some kind of monitoring device.
Relax. Relax.
Oh, God. Who are you?
What did he say?
Oh, my God.
What's happening, Bill?
They're looking at me. Oh, God.
What's wrong?
Okay, I'm fast forwarding here.
Wait a minute. Can't be real. The light, that's what it is. It's the light in the room that makes them look that way.
Look closely.
Light in the room. What are they, holograms?
What strange girl.
Their eyes. They have no light. They have no lights. It's just brown.
Brown.
It's dark, black, brown. Just a circle right in the socket. Where's their how can they breathe with no nose?
Do they have a mouth?
Slit. A straight line. The lips are no lips. It's weird.
Do they talk through their mouth?
I don't hear no talking. Where are you from? Who are you? Answer me, for God's sake. Yes, it was broken once.
What was broken down?
When I
Oh
was
yeah.
younger.
Nice couch.
I fell off a sliding board. Broke it.
Where'd my lighter go?
What was broken down?
He's under hypnosis. Alien abduction.
Who asked you?
He asked me.
He who?
The one on my left. He asked me.
How did he ask you?
I don't know, but I heard him.
Did he use his mouth?
Can you talk in his lips?
All right, go ahead.
Where are you from? All I remember is the pain. It was intense. It hurt.
Bill, stay where you are. I want you to tell me the questions they asked you when you answered. Do you understand?
Concentrate on what it was like. Be still and concentrate. Very well. Moving a box off my arm. You can tell my arm was broken by looking at the box. For goodness sakes, that was so long ago. Two legs.
Did you see their hands?
Yes.
How many fingers did they have?
4.
They're all the same size. Lengthwise, they have 4 fingers.
Yep.
And it looks like a thumb, but it's the same size as the fingers.
So that's a total of what?
5?
Oh.
Yes.
Never mind.
Okay. All right, now you're... Go ahead.
The hand is weird.
Why is it weird?
You can't see any creases or knuckles. There's no kind of... It almost looks like they're rubbery. Almost flexible.
Can they manipulate them very well?
They seem to be stationary.
They're stationary?
I mean, they don't bend them. When they bend them, they bend the whole hand.
All right, Bill, let's go from...
They can't even be 4 feet tall.
How tall?
I think it's because
4.5 feet.
I think it's because whatever is happening is either this person has been hypnotized because he's seen some kind of military project and that they wanted to hide it, or that he actually seen something, but what he seen was not physically there, that it was some sort of construct of something that was reading his mind and trying to make something appear to him, but didn't have all the details. So thus the hands wouldn't operate the same. I think that's what that's about.
Can't even be that tall. My goodness, this small. Look at this. Like marshmallow. He touched me. It's, you can tell there's bone under there, but you can't tell. It's weird.
That's creepy.
What color are they?
Very pale, very milky.
Is it a skin-like texture?
Tough skin. Everything's the same.
Cartoons.
No hair, no pores, just skin. It's weird.
How did you feel when this being touched you?
He was very, very peaceful. I had nothing to worry about.
All right, now what happens?
We're walking. We're going toward the door. The room is weird. It's different. I don't see anything strange. There's no creases, no borders. And the door is smaller than the back of the room. It's weird. It's distorted.
In what way is it distorted?
It's like everything is molded into a shape. And it doesn't stop, it just goes straight out the door. Just molded. Like a bathroom tub.
Yeah,
just
seamless.
molded. Just molded. That's all I can think of.
Go ahead.
We're walking, we turn left. The one who talked to me is standing beside me. The other two are behind us. We're walking down the hall. We pass the room. The door is open. We go to another room. We go in it. The hall, it winds in a circle. Everything's the same color.
You said the hall wound in a circle. Did it wind in a circle up and down?
Just both directions is a circle. It's hard to relate it.
Did you traverse that?
Everything's molded the same way. Council Control Center.
Council Control Center?
Console.
Console.
Yeah.
Console?
Yeah, that's what he said. Console. Control Center. All the network craft are controlled from similar centers.
Network craft?
term.
He said network.
What's the network?
Or wait, did he?
What? What?
What did he say?
He said they manipulate gravity. No, they manipulate the equilibrium of the gravity.
How? Did you ask him?
And hydrodynamics and reverse osmosis. A technique of reverse osmosis. They've been doing this roughly 50 years.
What? That's weird. It goes along with the stealing water.
For me to understand.
The UFOs steal the water.
Why are they telling me this?
Bill, let me ask you a question. Did they, at any time, promise you or tell you that you in any way would remain in contact with them? Speak it.
He said that they have means to contact those they wish to contact. He said we will meet again.
Did he say when?
No.
All right, you're back in the console control room. Now what happens?
The light on the checkerboard is flashing on and off. First red, then white, then red, then white. And those balls to the left and right are spinning. And the one sitting at the desk, the one who spoke to me, said that I couldn't go and look. And I walk, and when I do, the one sitting at the desk get up and step back.
What happens?
They step back. And when I move away from their desk, they sit down.
Did any of them at any time touch you other than the one who helped you from the table?
No. They look familiar.
You're in control center now, where the lights flash red and white and red and white.
Yes, he's motioning me around the room. I'm looking, everything looks funny little writing on the corner of every block. And it looks like squiggles, lines.
Can you read it?
No. It's different.
All right, Bill, I'll tell you what I want you to do now. I would like very much for you to move your time to the point where they release you. Just a few minutes right before they release you. Now what happens?
We're walking down the hall. We've left the place.
He's under hypnosis. He's an alien abduction victim, supposedly.
The big round balls. We went in a little closet, some kind of little room. We walked back up, like a diagonal hallway into a little closet. And the door behind us shuts and the one in front of us opens. But when you step into it, you don't see no door. It's like the seamless or something. You can't even tell it's there until it opens. The one tells me that the time has arrived. Something about the time has arrived. And that they're sorry for the stress that's going to result from my release. But those sympathetic to my experience will help, although the majority will reject it. They say we're going to meet again. That's what he said. We will meet again.
That's spooky.
He motioned me on the table, and the minute I touched the table, the light on the ceiling starts to flash. First slowly, and then fast. And as I lay down, they step back from the table.
Did they place any restraints on you?
I just lay on the table. The other one, he walks to the table, and he's putting the binoculars around my neck. He must have had the binoculars the entire time. The lights flashing, and they're standing there. Wait a minute. Huh? I'm looking down at my feet. There's a glow at my feet. I look up slowly in a daze. Oh God. Oh no.
Calm down. Calm. Calm. When I put my hand on you, when I put watching a rerun. You are watching a rerun.
Okay,
you
yeah, I fast
calm.
forwarded it. Jesus, that was loud.
Out there. Do you want to go or don't I? Go. It's now or never. I'll be here forever if I don't move. Lord, give me strength. I'm going.
That's definitely weird.
I was standing in Charleston at 9:30. He was here in this field near Somerville. Right in the middle of the field is where he. Please. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Herman, call my wife, please. Thank you. I just expected the worst. I didn't know what to believe. And he said he'd been in his yard in North Charleston, which is about 15 miles from here. And next thing he knew, he was here in this field near Somerville. Right in the middle of the field is where he said he came to. He said he doesn't really remember too much what had happened that night. He said he'd been watching a bright light that kept getting closer and closer. And the next thing he knew, he was here in this field, and he told me he believes he'd been brought here by a UFO.
Listen to me, Bill. And Bill, you're floating now. You're back in the present and you're asleep. You feel very good and very relaxed. How are you?
Oh, I feel like I just slept for an hour. It feels so good.
Good. I'm glad you did.
Well, that's freaky. Yeah. Let's see here. I think I have time for one more video. Let's see. Yeah, so the whole thing is spooky. Perhaps that because if he was hypnotized that which one is that? If he was hypnotized, that that the hypnosis doctor implanted a memory of UFOs and aliens and stuff of what he thought it would look like, most likely, and that the lack of details. I mean, there's details, but it could be part of what they programmed into him, and then perhaps he was experimented on, told it was aliens, and then they dropped him off in a field from some kind of helicopter. Or perhaps what he experienced was real, and then in that case, well, that goes into La La Land. All right, well, I gotta take a leak real quick.
The following program deals with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation. The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information. Tonight on Sightings, Reincarnation. Is there another life after death?
I was a crew member on the Titanic.
The latest hypnotherapy breakthroughs could make you a believer in past lives. Then, if your travel plans bring you anywhere near this highway, think again.
At that particular day, there were 15 who died.
What deadly curse haunts this stretch of road? And our ongoing hunt for proof of ghosts takes our team of investigators to 2 new paranormal hotspots.
Oh my God, it's going off the scale. No, right as I was coming over here, it went off the scale.
You just have to say there's something extraordinary going on here.
At that point, it started to appear.
They had large, dark eyes, claw-like hands.
I began sensing and knowing and feeling.
I do believe in life after death. I mean, I've been there.
We have not scratched the surface of what the mind can do.
It's a connection with the unknown.
During construction of a highway, the New Jersey Department of Transportation unearthed evidence of an ancient Indian settlement. Native Americans warned that anyone involved in paving over this sacred site would be cursed. A warning that turned out to be more than just an idle threat. Many cultures still maintain a powerful belief that certain places on Earth are sacred and should not, must not, be tampered with. Burial sites are among the most sacred of all places, and there is almost a universal belief that the dead must be left to rest in peace. If they're not, a curse may follow those who dare violate the sacred ground. Some Native American tribes follow these traditions to this day. They warn of grave consequences for those who disturb their honored dead. Members of the Delaware Indian Nation believe this stretch of Highway 55 near Deptford Township in New Jersey was built over an ancient Indian burial ground, prompting what has become known as the Curse of Highway 55.
To us, our ancestors are sacred, and anything that is connected with our ancestors, the whole area to us is sacred. And we do not defile it in any way, and we don't want anyone else to defile it. Well, they just laughed at me. So I raised my hands to the heavens, and I prayed to the Great Spirit, and I prayed to my ancestors. Then all these things happened. I mean, then the winds came up and blew vehicles off the road with people, with their workers in them. And I think that at that particular day, there were 15 who died as a result of it. It was not that I wanted the people to die. It was that I wanted the site to be left alone.
In the months following the chief's curse,
well, that's a wild story.
34-year-old crewman was run over and killed by an asphalt roller truck. A Department of Transportation inspector died on the job site of a brain aneurysm.
Jesus.
A sudden gust of wind blew yet another worker off a bridge, leaving him paralyzed. Within 3 weeks, many more construction workers and their families seemed to fall victim to the curse. The sheer number of tragedies seemed to be more than coincidence. Workers and their families are still frightened to speak out publicly. The New Jersey Department of Transportation, however, denies that there was anything unusual about the deaths and injuries that have occurred. Highway 55 was already well under construction when Gloucester County historian Robert Harper first heard rumors about what was happening at the site.
And it seems that several of the bulldozer operators were in a Deptford tavern, and they were loose-of-mouth. They were boasting about how they had disturbed these Indian graves.
Denied access by the New Jersey Department of Transportation, Dr. Harper became obsessed with Highway 55. Unable to stop construction through government channels, Dr. Harper and the Historical Society brought their findings to Chief Wyandotte, the spiritual leader of the Eastern Delaware Nation and a direct descendant of the ancient people who lived on the site in question.
They came to me as the shaman and asked me what I could do about it. So I went to them and I talked to them, and the state archaeologist said, oh, there's nothing here except some pieces of pottery and items of that nature.
The Department of Transportation admits they were surprised to find what they believe is an Indian campsite. They pulled thousands of artifacts out of the site, but deny finding evidence of human remains.
Most of the time we know what's out there. But in case once in a while there is something that we do miss, we do have a procedure, and it works. Construction was temporarily halted, and that site was also investigated. This is one of the earliest artifacts we found. It's either a knife blade or a spear point. This dates from roughly about 6,000 BC. The few bone pieces we did find, and I'll be glad to show them to you, are not human. They happen to be deer.
Well, it's
so
looking to be ceremonial.
Absolutely no evidence of cemeteries or any other type of burial.
Chief Wyandotte doesn't agree. Enough. He believes the site is sacred, and anyone who disturbs it is cursed.
I said, if there was a village, then within 100 yards in one direction or the other, there would have to be a burial site. Because after all, they didn't have horses, they didn't have any other means of transportation, so they had to carry the body and bury it.
The soils are fairly acidic, and organic remains do not last very long, 200-300 years tops, before they completely disintegrate into the soil.
So I said, well, even if there's no bones left, there still was a burial site. So how do you know? I said, how do I know? I said, these are my ancestors. That's how I know.
The bones are no longer there. The descendants are no longer there. We do not know if somebody was buried there or not.
And I said, how would you like it if I sent some of my warriors with bulldozers and bulldozed your grandparents up? What's done has been done. And what's been done can't be undone.
Highway 55 has been completed. Whether or not it was built on sacred Delaware Indian burial ground may never be known. But there are still disturbing questions. Is there a connection between Wyandotte's curse and the documented tragedies that occurred along Highway 55? And will the curse continue to claim victims here?
As far as I was concerned, it wasn't a curse. It was a prayer. I prayed to the Great Spirit, and he answered me.
Coming up next, reincarnation. Is there another life after death?
I was a crew member on the Titanic.
The latest hypnotherapy breakthroughs could make you a believer in past lives. And our ongoing ghost investigation takes us to 2 new paranormal hotspots.
You just have to say there's something extraordinary going on here.
What happens to us after we die? Many religions believe that we're reincarnated, that the soul is transferred to another body and we live again. And now, some modern researchers believe proof of reincarnation exists. Through hypnosis, many people claim they can recall past lives.
I absolutely believe in reincarnation.
I was a Japanese man.
I've been a silversmith. I've been, had many past lives as warriors.
I worked a printing press, and this was in about 1780s.
Over 3,000 people claim to have recalled past lives working with author and reincarnation teacher Betty Binder.
Reincarnation is the process by which the soul, which is our spiritual essence,
At the end of a lifetime, when the body dies, leaves that lifetime, leaves that body, gets into a new body and starts a new lifetime.
Does reincarnation exist? Under hypnosis, Betty's clients try to reach back in time to a time before they were born. They are searching their unconscious for evidence of past lives. The technique is called regression therapy. Once hypnotized, subjects seem to relive previous incarnations, recalling historical events, people, and foreign places they have no knowledge of. Subjects say their previous lives come to them like snapshots from the past.
The philosophy behind reincarnation is that the soul has chosen to get into a physical body in order to learn something. We are choosing to incarnate in each lifetime because we have certain lessons to learn in each lifetime.
That's what the cults
Regression therapists work with people who want to go back in time and explore the possibility that they've lived before. The first step involves total relaxation of mind and body.
Now take a stream of white light down through the top of your head. Let it run through your body head to toe as if you were sitting under a waterfall.
Some people try past life therapy out of curiosity. Others hope to learn if problems in this life are linked to traumatic events in a past life. One of Betty's clients sought help for his clinical depression after traditional therapy failed.
Betty and I went back to a past life when I was happy flying, which happened to be a World War II fighter pilot. So for instance, something that gave me pain or gives me pain during this lifetime is cause for exploration of past lives. I'm in the cockpit, October 3rd, 1940. Down below us, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 feet, are some, looks like German fighter planes. I begin firing my gun, and just as I do so, I feel some sensation like some thudding into my plane. I am hit, but I don't feel pain. I'm just incapacitated in my plane. I've lost control of my plane. I'm at full throttle going straight into the ocean. Disintegrated. I'm floating. In 1988, my entire world fell apart, and I went through some traditional therapy. It was at that point that I was really grasping at straws to figure out what I was going to do. I guess you would call it a clinical depression. And it was at the point that I started working with Betty, incorporating this therapy, that things really began to change.
Daryl Rooney had a profound fear of drowning. Working with Betty Binder, he recalled past events that could explain his debilitating phobia.
There was the
holding on to a railing.
What if it was just a movie or something?
It's cold and wet. I'm angry and frightened because I'm stuck here. I'm looking out into the ocean, and I know that all the lifeboats are out there. I was a crew member on the Titanic, down in the engine room. The ship is in trouble. And I don't want to die. I don't want to go down with this ship. I can remember screaming all around me, and then all of a sudden, things turning upside down. And the most disturbing thing is timber creaking and stretching and cracking in ways that it's not supposed to. Up until then, I've felt a sense of gravity, and now it's all upside down. And ropes, I'm caught up in ropes. I'm being dragged under. I can feel a rope wrapped around here, and I can see portholes of the ship. I'm being pulled under by these ropes. I'm being pulled down with the ship. And this is a really frightening thing. I watched myself tied up in the ropes go down, 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 and I can see the stern of the ship, and it disappears into this black fog water.
The Titanic sank in 1912, 40 years before Daryl was supposedly reborn in his present life. During regression, he was able to reveal the name of the sailor his soul had previously inhabited.
I just opened my mouth, and this word came out, Brooks. Brooks, my name was Brooks. We later got the crew list and found the names on the crew list, which was astounding to me. That moment of seeing them on there just made me think, this is real.
Daryl has drowned in 3 past lives that I'm aware of, and they were all in the middle of an ocean, and they were all one after another. His death scene is a very profound one because he had not expected to die. It was not his intention as a soul. He was furious.
There was all of this terror and all of this emotion during the regression talking about this. And the minute that I separated, all the emotion went away. And I was at peace.
You have to, like, say the passenger number or something, or
and
the name.
You know, I felt tranquil.
When you go to most religions in the world, you'll find that reincarnation is something that most people have been brought up with. The Buddhists, the Hindus, a lot of others. Early Christian fathers and the early Hebrews believed in reincarnation.
The ancient belief in reincarnation is challenged by modern science. But while regression therapy may not be proof of past lives, it has been successful in helping some people deal with problems in this life.
Coming up next, our ongoing ghost research takes our team of investigators to 2 new paranormal hotspots.
Oh my God, it's going off the scale. No, right as I was coming over here, it went off the scale.
And haunting phenomena. Tonight, we follow director Lloyd Auerbach as he investigates 2 reported hauntings and attempts to gather evidence that ghosts actually exist.
Ghostbusters was one of the first films that really hit the entire public consciousness with a comedy that was clearly not real. We know that stuff's not real, guys. We know that there's not a marshmallow man walking down Central Park West. What do you really do?
Until his death, Tony was everyone's favorite bartender at the Banta Inn near San Francisco. Locals believe his spirit haunts the restaurant still. But Tony's not a frightening, malicious ghost. His trademark is mischief.
There was a fellow staring at me there. I went through the door of the kitchen, and he was gone.
I saw a figure in the mirror, and I turned to look at the floor where that person should have been standing, and there was nothing
and all
there.
All of a sudden, I felt this, like somebody took their finger up the back of my leg all the way up, and I turned around, there was nobody there. And it was
after that, the guy beer right next to me tipped over, spun around 3 times. The guy then
all of a sudden, the CDs started flipping by themselves. He just flipped a couple times.
He loved Patsy Cline, and it would come on all the time.
Ghosts tend to react to situations as if they were people, living and breathing people. One of the reasons is they don't know they're dead. They're in total denial. We have a lot of physical things happening that seem to relate to Tony's behavior when he was alive. One of the things that Tony was apparently fond of doing was playing with the money in the cash register and stacking the change so that it was a nice orderly stacks in the change bin. And here, when you just toss money in a change bin, obviously close the door, open it back and forth, it's not going to stack automatically. And yet they've been opening the drawer for a few years, and the change seems to be stacking by itself.
You can throw it in and turn around the next second, and it's all stacked in there all nice and neat.
In the search for proof, investigators test Tony's favorite table with a magnetometer. They're looking for abnormal levels of electromagnetism.
Oh my God, it's going off the scale. No, right as I was coming over here, it went off the scale. It went up to about 100.
Unlike other hauntings Lloyd Auerbach has investigated, the people here aren't frightened.
One of the bartenders told me that she had pretty much gotten a couple of guys who were very drunk out of here and come back in, and she didn't lock the door behind her, which she thought as an afterthought. It turned out to have locked itself.
And according to eyewitnesses, Tony is not the only ghost that haunts the Banta Inn.
From what I have been told, Margaret was an old regular in the 50s and 60s. She passed away. She died of a heart attack in the building, and that she absolutely loved the Banta Inn. She like lived down here, and that she didn't want to leave either. Margaret plays. She likes levitation. She likes throwing objects.
The man came and ordered a hamburger, and the bartender asked him something about how he wanted it done. And at that moment, from across the room, where there was no one sitting, an ashtray picked up off the table, flew across the room, past the guy's head, and dropped down in front of the bartender.
Even Lloyd has experienced what seems to be Margaret's temper.
The chandelier started moving by itself, and there was no way for that to have happened if the other one wasn't already moving, unless somebody rigged it, and that's the first thing we did check.
In another haunting case at the Moss Beach Distillery in California, a deluge of eyewitness reports warranted more sophisticated diagnostic tools.
Yeah, what we're installing are 3 different types of motion detectors: an infrared detector, a microwave detector, and an ultrasonic detector.
In addition to the detection devices, Auerbach has assembled a team of psychics who will attempt to make contact with the spirits here.
You may have a lot of person witnesses, but no camera witnesses to objectify the actual phenomena that's going on. Photographic evidence doesn't exist, and there are no good photographs because we're dealing with a purely mental phenomenon where the ghost is somehow transmitting an image into your brain and bypassing the eyes altogether.
Apparently, it was built as a residence to begin with. There was a garage downstairs, and then it became a booming restaurant and a bordello, we think. There was a piano player here, and every evening a beautiful woman wearing blue would come to listen to him play, and apparently they were having an affair. The only problem was that she was married, and her husband was very jealous. And one night they were all here at the same time, and a fight broke out, and they ended up on the beach, and a stabbing took place, and apparently the lady in blue, was killed. And then she came back here to haunt the place.
The blue lady is quite comfortable with us, and we're comfortable with her.
The
we'll
music.
protect her, I think, as much as we can. Pulls a lot of pranks. I guess one that I can remember, I guess, is the funniest, is that a waitress in the kitchen towards the end of the evening got smacked in the rear end with a spatula, and there was nobody in the kitchen.
We recently installed a heating and air conditioning system,
harassing
and
people.
I spent the better part of one day programming these thermostats so they would go on precisely the time pre-designated and so forth. The very next day, I came into the restaurant and every single setting in the thermostat had been changed. And it would take at least 30 minutes for somebody to do that if you knew how to do it and if you knew how to unlock it.
Coffee machines will turn on all by themselves
probably
and start
set
dumping
it
coffee out.
correctly.
At one point or another, I think everyone on our waitstaff has heard someone calling their name. I think it's just mischief. She probably gets bored and likes to play a couple of pranks. Let us know that she's around.
Despite their battery of detection devices and psychic input, the Blue Lady of Moss Beach did not appear during their investigation. But Lloyd Auerbach is encouraged by the data that has been collected.
There is definitely something anomalistic or psychic or whatever you want to call it going on in this place. We can go in every few months, let's say,
I don't like his attitude.
and we can ask if anything new has happened and start really getting a fuller picture.
Is the Lady in Blue imaginary, or could her failure to materialize be just one of her pranks?
I personally believe this is happening because I take a lighthearted approach, and since most people have a sense of humor, I think most ghosts do too.
Boo.
Thanks for joining us. For Sightings, I'm Tim White.
All over.
Good night.
Interpretation. Think again.
But that particular scratch should die.
Why is it playing
Seem to
again?
fall victim to the curse.
He's retarded.
The sheer
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna play one more. Let's see here. Oh, it's only in one headphone. Well, it's louder in the left. No audio. Oh, god damn it. Okay, yeah, I've seen it. Well, what should we, what do we got here? Well, I guess I could just babble on since it's about to. Well, how long have I been on here? Like 3 hours? I guess I do have something else. I don't know if I want to play the whole thing though. I figured. Let's see.
In this clip from the James Bond film, A View to a Kill,
The villains played by Christopher Walken and Grace Jones are overlooking San Francisco. This is where our story will begin.
Oh shit! Damn it! I can't have that on there. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I muted it for a second.
Conspiracy theorist and radio talk show host Alex Jones snuck into a place very near to San Francisco called the Bohemian Grove. A few years after this momentous feat, I was asked by Alex to work for him. I was honored that he would ask, so I agreed. I no longer work for Alex, but I remember once while we were just talking, my mind drifted from the conversation, and I thought in awe, this is the guy who snuck into Bohemian Grove. What is Bohemian Grove?
Let's look at Northern California. You understand? Yeah. You know what's happening in San Francisco just gone. It's clear over. I know that, but it isn't just down in the ratty part of town. Now, but the upper class in San Francisco is that way. The Bohemian Grove that I attend on time to time, the Easterners and the others that come there. But it is the most faggy goddamn thing you will ever imagine in San Francisco crowd because it's just terrible. I mean, I never want to shake hands with anybody in San Francisco.
Changed on July 15th, 2000, when we ripped aside the veil of secrecy and were successfully able to penetrate the Bohemian Grove on their high holy day and videotape the cremation of care ritual.
This is from Alex Jones' video
in my documentary film, Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove. A British documentary film company, World of Wonder, also covered our investigation.
In the weeks that followed, Alex streamed his footage on his website and released it as a sell-through video. Everywhere I looked, the internet was aflame with news of the daring raid.
As the news spread across the planet that the Bohemian Grove had been blown wide open and that their secrets were public, the people were amazed.
4-3. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Dominated by Republicans, the supposed party of Christian conservative
like
values. But
it's
the
like
Grove has its
Wicker
share
Man
of high-powered
movie.
Democrats as well.
The Wicker Man
It's
movie.
also important to note that the Grove itself was founded in 1872 by West Coast journalists, and that the National Press Club adopted the iconography of the Grove for its Great Seal. There are three major icons used in the cremation of care ritual. Moloch, the owl idol, the curved staff carried by the high priest, and the eternal flame lamp, the Arabian-style lamp, which the priest uses to ignite his torch, which he then uses to burn the human effigy.
Moloch wasn't an owl.
Here are
I think it's to throw people
of
off.
the effigy after it has been burned on the altar.
Sealed worship of ISIS.
Many researchers of the global elite believe that real sacrifices are going on at the Grove. When I filmed the ceremony in 2000, I saw no evidence of this. It looked like an effigy, and the Druid priest were easily able to pick it up and take it up the steps to the platform.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Right here. Listen to what he says.
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Really?
That's right.
Well, I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000. I'm the guy that blew it wide open and got the video, and it's been on national TV.
Well, I disrespect you for that.
If you've never heard of...
Oh, they cut the short clip. He says, you had an agreement. In the full clip, he says, you had an agreement. As in, Alex Jones was a member.
About the place, then I encourage you to look it up. I remember when I first saw Alex's footage that he brought back from California. He aired it immediately on Austin Cable Access. From that moment on, I could never look at things the same way. Some people will look at this information and dismiss it outright. I suppose I don't blame them. I think there is some truth to the saying, ignorance is bliss. But when you stop to think about it, these are guys who are in positions of power and they are performing some occult ritual. I think it behooves one to inquire further. In 2002, there was a film called Teddy Bear's Picnic. It is a parody of the Bohemian Grove. I know what you're thinking. I thought this show was supposed to be about Twin Peaks. It is, but I can't go into that without first laying some foundation. Here is a trailer for that film.
And the Redwood country is bracing for yet another invasion of the Zambezians. Oh no, that's not a new kind of killer bee. It's the members of California's and maybe the...
Yeah, I'm gonna mute it just to try to get around the thing. That basically it's a movie about Bohemian Grove. It's got the guy from Cheers, some other people. What was that? Red Fox. Yeah, that guy was in that movie How High. Some other ones. That guy is from Cheers, the show Cheers, television show. So they like made a movie all about Bohemian Grove, which never really got big or anything. But I think it was to make it seem like it wasn't what it possibly is, type of thing. You see what I'm saying? They make the movie to downplay it, whatever it really is. Okay, where is? Oh, what is that song? Is this still the movie? Yeah, that's still the movie. Alright, so I'm just keeping it muted so I don't get copyright infringement. But yeah, you can see it's like, oh, it's just a play, you know, and it's got that weirdo dude from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and ironically, he was in the Better Call Saul series, which he's a good actor, but it's just fucked up because I'm pretty sure that he's some kind of pervert. Okay, this thing is taking way too long. Yeah, so it's like a mock cremation of care thing. Okay, there it goes. This is obviously stabilized for this video.
That's really
I think something was cut out of it. The clip. Arnold Schwarzenegger was
the malevolence which would pursue us here has lost its power under these friendly trees. So shall we burn thee once again this night, and in the flames that eat thine effigy, we shall read the sign, Midsummer sets us free. Ye shall burn me once again. Not with these flames.
I won't go much into my analysis of what is really meant in the dialogue of the cremation of care. I will save that for another show. Needless to say, the context of this ritual is sacrifice. These priests of the grove sacrifice something or someone called care. To students of history, the idea of priestly sacrifice is nothing new.
Hopefully this song isn't copyrighted. This audio is on.
Mark Frost, the co-creator of Twin Peaks, published a book called The Secret History of Twin Peaks. On the cover, as you can see, is the Owl Cave symbol and an owl. Apparently Frost has made the connection with Bohemian Grove also. The book is assembled in dossier form, and in one section there is a newspaper clipping of the Twin Peaks Post from May 9th, 1983. Carl Rodd, who is Harry Dean Stanton's character, writes,
"No, sir, I don't know if it's the Knights of Columbus, the Knights Templar, the Illuminati, or the Trilateral Commission. It don't matter. They're all the same bunch in different costumes anyway. Always have been. Ever wonder why the symbol of the Bohemian Grove is an owl? A big giant statue of one standing out in the woods like some ancient Sumerian deity?"
On the previous page, we have Agent Tamara Preston's footnotes, which specifically mention the cremation of care. The book also mentions Masonic lodges and even has a picture of a Masonic apron. There are even 2 full pages which feature an owl. This one, which is an illustration of an owl superimposed with the all-seeing eye. And this one, which is an actual photo of the Bohemian Grove owl. Incidentally, here are some other photos.
Like on the dollar bill, the owl. There's that weird noise in the background. He tried really hard to make it creepy. I mean, he did a really good job with this. It gets pretty interesting. I don't know what's going on with that sound, but it might be copyrighted.
A little note before we begin. I love Twin Peaks. I'm not telling anyone to go out and boycott the show or to do anything silly.
Okay.
I really want to be clear on this. I'm a TV and film fan, and David Lynch happens to be one of my favorite filmmakers. I believe the films he makes are an amazing sensory experience, and for the most part, if I may generalize, but I think most artists are very passionate human beings. I think artists really care about humanity and how we treat each other.
Okay.
So when I talk about David Lynch and Stanley Kubrick, I do so because it is my staunch conviction that these are 2 artists who care about people. It's an amazing topic to be sure. One thing I've always wondered, when drawing connections between films or looking at a piece of art, and contemplating some deeper hidden meaning that the artist did not mean to conceal entirely, but just enough to avoid detection. But here's what I think. I do not believe David Lynch or Mark Frost intended to write a television show about Bohemian Grove. While I think it is true that an artist creates from experience, I believe that David Lynch is a very unique type of artist who draws inspiration from that place in the beyond that fuels the mad visions we as mortals encounter in feverish delusions and in that moment of time between dreams and waking. The theory I'm about to propose, namely that Twin Peaks is an allegorical tale of the exploitation of youth by well-to-do men with perverse passions as paralleled in the works of Kubrick, is that this happened unintentionally but has real-world implications in Bohemian Grove. Now there is a Kubrick reference in Twin Peaks, and it comes to us rather early in the series. In the 3rd episode, Jerry Horn says, "All work and no play makes Ben and Jerry dull boys." This is a paraphrasing of the classic line from Stanley Kubrick's The Shining.
"All work and no play make Ben and Jerry."
Okay. Sorry, I just had to mute that. I just don't want the copyrights to go. Okay, so
to One Eye, which is a brothel and casino located just across the border in Canada. What is interesting about this is that Stanley Kubrick was going to direct the film One-Eyed Jacks, which starred Marlon Brando. When Audrey asks Donna if she'd ever heard of One-Eyed Jacks, she replies,
"It gets better. You ever heard of One-Eyed Jacks?"
Whoa.
With Marlon Brando.
Another in One-Eyed Jacks when Agent Cooper is going to rescue Audrey, and we see that the place is full of red walls, red rooms, red rum,
but
so when Kubrick made The Shining, we know that initially he wanted to make what became Eyes Wide Shut. My belief is that Kubrick somehow became involved with the elite, or people in positions of immense power in some capacity, perhaps as a filmmaker, and Matthew Modine, the actor who played Joker in Full Metal Jacket, kept a diary which chronicled his experience working with Kubrick on this film. There is one excerpt in particular which I find strangely revealing.
"I crawl into one of the holes and to my horror find a dead mother rabbit and her kits. They must have been killed when the palm was moved out of the hole. The baby rabbits couldn't have been more than a week old."
What are you looking at?
I look up and see Stanley looking down at me. It's a family of rabbits. They got crushed. Stanley doesn't have to crawl into the hole because he can see the mess from where he is. I get out of the hole and walk away, but Stanley remains at the hole for quite some time. I am sad for the rabbits, but Stanley seems profoundly upset, not the existentialist that people imagine.
What did Kubrick see? I believe this can be answered by looking at his films, and there is a common thread which is revealed.
The Shinned.
These are not ordinary people. These are the best. Barry Lyndon expresses this also.
When I take up a person, Mr. Lyndon, there is about them anymore. My friend. Oh, I don't mean virtuous. Indeed, the least virtuous.
Okay, yeah, he's playing this way too long.
But the
mother and her child sit and eat breakfast while cartoons are playing. The main location where the weird stuff occurs is at a big place, away from the city. There are news items which both deal with a tragedy involving a young woman. Family of 3. The colors blue, gold, and red are prominent. There are 2 girls. Both have ballroom scenes with dancing and a live band. A scene involving a naked woman centered on the screen. Both characters awaken from a horrible dream. It's this line which is repeated, unusual. For a Kubrick film, this is suggestive that Kubrick saw something that freaked him out. Whatever he saw, I think it filled him with horror. The teddy bear. This mirror scene. Masks, sex, and the elite. I find it framed exactly the same to see this and think it was a coincidence. No way, not with Stanley Kubrick. This is intentional. There are similar themes in Twin Peaks, and we'll go over more of them. But the main one I would like to point out now is the family of 3. Leland, Sarah, and Laura Palmer mirror Jack, Wendy, and Danny Torrance. In this clip, notice the axe behind Sarah Palmer. Leland is like Jack Torrance, a man who has gone insane, yet has assistance from the supernatural and wants to kill his kid.
Oh. Okay, well. Well, that's done. Very bizarre. Oh, that's from Twin Peaks, okay.
Twin Peaks is named the Great Northern. It has 4 syllables like the Overlook. Both hotels have Native American motifs. Back to Kubrick for a second. Somehow Kubrick got involved with the elite, all the best people, and ended up with more than he bargained for. But what did he see? I think it had to do with the corruption of innocence. This makes perfect sense to me. In the film Lolita, the main character talks about weird friends and art movies that the character called Quill T wanted her to be in.
To New Mexico.
Whereabouts?
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to get copyright.
The only
friend
there.
Kind of weird.
Weird nudists,
stuff.
writers, weightlifters. But I figured because I loved him.
She's talking about Bohemian Grove.
And he
Okay.
never turned.
Blah, blah, blah.
making some kind of a, an art movie.
Laura Palmer and Lolita share much in common. In Lolita's room, we see Innocence, a teddy bear. 2001: A Space Odyssey is actually a Masonic fantasy, and I actually have a video here on YouTube called 2001: A Masonic Odyssey.
Shout out
Please
to
check
the
that out
maker.
On this YouTube channel. Oh, by the way, if you like what you've seen so far, like, share, and subscribe.
Whoa.
I don't get any money from these videos, but your appreciation goes a long way. Thank you. In A Clockwork Orange, we see youth corrupted and undergoing mind control.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah, looking for the... Oh. Okay. Yeah. Trying not to get copyrighted here. Looking for the what is this? It's from Pretty
Full Metal Jacket. We also have the needless brutality of youth and corruption of innocence. Fire and death seem to be a recurring theme when one thinks of Full Metal Jacket, Twin Peaks, and the cremation of Care. There is a scene at Stars and Stripes, and the room has multiple animated characters, very reminiscent of Danny Torrance's room. Notice they both have Snoopy and Disney characters. Joker is seen here, flanked by 2 Mickey Mouse figurines. And notice this flag of California. Then, at the end, surrounded by flames, the soldiers sing the theme of the Mickey Mouse Club.
Well, M-I-C-K-E-Y M-O-U-S-E Mickey Mouse, Mickey. I'm just filling in the audio. Yep, still going on. Okay.
Things I want to point out about Full Metal Jacket. At the end, when the soldiers are singing the Mickey Mouse Club theme. There is a structure to the right that always seemed a bit odd to me. Could it be a reference to the Owl of Bohemia? Then, shortly after, there are 2 structures that Kubrick aligns to form what appear to be 2 columns. Could this be a reference to the 2 columns of Freemasonry? There is also the number 33, which shows up in a previous scene. 33 is the highest degree one can earn as a Freemason in the Scottish Rite. Kubrick intended to make a film about Napoleon. The screenplay began and ended with a teddy bear.
It's bizarre.
Here is the film Eyes Wide Shut. We have more teddy bears. What is with all the teddy bears? This scene with the teddy bears is actually at the end of the film. In a video with Michelle Cement, the interviewer most trusted by Kubrick, Cement says
Theodore
that it is
Roosevelt.
at this toy store in the final scene where the daughter of Bill Harford is handed over to the same guys that were at the Christmas party. This is quite an observation. Here is a clip from Kubrick and the Illuminati.
Blanc dans la dernière, vous la voyez dans le magasin de jouets, c'est qu'il y a des symboles en fait partout de ce qu'on a vu à Somerton. Vous voyez, il y a un jeu qui s'appelle The Magic Circle. Il y a des pentacles, il y a des étoiles partout. Il y a des ours en peluche partout. Et l'ours en peluche est un symbole de l'enfance maltraitée aux États-Unis. Et dans chaque c'est dans le film.
If you pay attention, 3 characters are surrounding her. 2 guys watching a teddy bear party. Yeah. Basically, they're saying that
Young model being exploited by the rich and powerful character played by Sidney Pollack named Ziegler. Then there is this young girl who is pimped out by her father. The film that Kubrick wanted to make when he died was AI Artificial Intelligence, which was eventually made by Steven Spielberg. This movie is the sad story of a young robot boy. And who is the youth's companion throughout the film? You guessed it, a teddy bear. What is interesting about AI is that it has many Pinocchio references. In Disney's Pinocchio, the main character, a young puppet who wants to be a boy, is sold not once but twice for the enslavement of wicked men. In the second half of the film, Pinocchio, along with many other boys, are taken to a place called Pleasure Island. I've got to be honest, I watch a lot of videos and I hate it when people make connections that aren't there, but this stuff you can't make up. The connections are clearly there,
Epstein's
too many
Island.
to be a coincidence. And there are more, but I've got to stay within the context of Twin Peaks here. So let's continue. In
This guy should have made
episode
more
Rest in
documentaries.
Pain, we are introduced to a secret society, the Bookhouse Boys. But this one is good, one that I wouldn't mind being a member of, but this is what they say about the forest.
Twin Peaks is different. Long way you've noticed that.
Watch out for the owls.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get copyright. It says it what they're saying. I can't read it. I've read it before. There's a different kind of owl in those woods. Damn it, I cannot see what it's seen. Okay, so
Before.
Okay, so I'm just gonna. Oh, there we go.
In the episode The Orchid's Curse, Judge Sternwood says, "The woods are wondrous but strange."
You keep your eye on the wood.
Whoa. Yeah, they're tricky.
What is so dark about the forest? In one episode, Donna and James are in the woods, and in a moment of intimacy, they are alarmed by an owl.
An owl. Hoo-hoo.
After this scene, we cut to the mounted head of a mountain goat. Is there a connection between an owl and a goat? One could say this is a reference to the goat of Mendes. In the film The Witch, the goat is the devil. In Rosemary's Baby, the devil is an animal, presumably a goat.
Whoa. Yeah. Copyright. Yeah. I'm sure you've all seen that. Whoa.
Picture by Eliphas Levi, the devil is also a goat. Also interesting, the
Levi.
last picture in The Shining shows Jack Torrance in the Bay Fome pose.
The Bay Fome.
So to me, going from owl to goat is interesting. In Bohemian Grove, we have an owl. But if you look at this owl, it looks sinister and it appears to have horns.
Okay.
In the cartoon Lucy Daughter of the Devil, which appeared on Cartoon Network, they don't try to hide it. The owl statue is the devil.
Whoa. Yeah. Just caught that in time. Not trying to get no copyright. I'm sure you've all seen that clip before. The devil. Okay. Yeah, so they're indoctrinating the youth through the cartoons.
And in the most recent episode of Season 3, episode 14 of Twin Peaks had Sheriff Truman, Hawk, Andy, and Bobby Briggs go to Jack Rabbit's palace. It looked a little like the Owl of Bohemia. In the episode May the Giant Be With You, the giant says, "Owls are not what they seem."
The owls are not what they seem.
Makes no attempt to explain what that means. And to be honest, I don't think it was ever meant by the writers to mean anything but to seem interesting.
In the
Honestly,
newer
it's hard to
season
say.
of it,
The show
they go into
itself
some weird
is
portal
brilliant.
shit.
I wonder which parts were intended to have a deeper meaning and which just happened and the creators let things move organically and proceeded from there, and meaning happened as a result. The log lady mentions the owls, and Major Briggs also mirrors the giant by showing Cooper a printout which reads, "The owls are not what they seem."
Whoa.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you can read it.
Goodbye.
Anyway. Why they gotta show so many clips? The Illuminati has the owl as their symbol for Wisdom, Isis. Oops. Oh, fuck, I moved the thing. Where was I at? Right here somewhere. Okay.
There are owls all over this show. An obvious interpretation is that every time you see an owl, it is a warning of supernatural mischief. Even so, the show never explains what is meant by "the owls are not what they seem." In the South Park Season 14, Episode 10, called Inception, there is an owl in San Francisco, and it molests a very young Mackie. In the episode, Mackie has repressed the actions of the owl, so in his mind, the owl is not what it seems. Once he is under a dream regression, the truth comes out.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah. I'm going to leave that muted.
Point out that Mark Frost, one of the co-creators of Twin Peaks himself, put in the book The Secret History of Twin Peaks a photo of the Bohemian Grove owl. In the book by Mark Frost, Carl Rod and the Log Lady disappeared while on a school nature walk, only to turn up a day later. This is just like the Major Briggs disappearance.
What does it say? Owl hooting? Woohoo! Okay. Whoa. Okay. Oh, now there's something weird happening. UFO! No. Whoa. Okay. That's not over yet. Yeah, that show's strange. Oops.
Sorry.
Oops. Okay, it's back. Oh, god damn it. Another clip. Yeah, so, yeah, the general's, like, under mind control or something. The chair looks just like a Masonic chair. He gets marked on his neck. Yeah, that symbol on the book reminds me of some kind of Nazi symbol that I've seen, some kind of Nordic Viking type symbol.
A bit of a turn for the dark now, but
that.
Twin Peaks is not known for shying away from the dark. In 2014, a documentary called Who Took Johnny examines an infamous 30-year-old cold case, the disappearance of Iowa paperboy Johnny Gosch, the first missing child to appear on a milk carton. The film focuses on the heartbreaking story of Johnny's mother, Noreen, and her relentless quest for the truth about what happened on the tragic September morning in Des Moines when Johnny never returned from his paper route. Along the way, there have been mysterious sightings, strange clues, bizarre revelations, and a confrontation with a person who claims to have helped abduct Johnny. Steeped in intrigue and conspiracy theories, Who Took Johnny explores eyewitness accounts, compelling evidence, and emotional discoveries spanning 3 decades of the most spellbinding missing persons case in U.S. history. I wanted to show some clips from the film, but YouTube will not allow me to play them. If you can find the film, I recommend you watch it. I watched it on Netflix, believe it or not, but that was back when Stranger Things Season 1 had just come out. Here is where it gets interesting. In 1993, a film crew from Yorkshire Television in the UK went to Omaha, Nebraska to make a documentary about an alleged pedophile ring.
Ouch.
The film was funded by the Discovery Channel and was originally to be shown in the UK as part of a series called First Tuesday. In Omaha, the Yorkshire TV crew discovered the machinations of a vast child trafficking network that provided children to the wealthy and political establishment for molestation and blackmail.
Jesus.
Shortly before Conspiracy of Silence was to be screened on First Tuesday, the Discovery Channel inexplicably withdrew its support for the film, and to this day the documentary remains unaired. However, an unpolished rough cut of the documentary was saved. You can find it on YouTube. I first saw the documentary when Alex Jones aired it on Austin Public Access TV. I was shocked. Here is where it gets interesting. The documentary uses the music from Twin Peaks from start to finish, specifically Laura Palmer's theme.
Paul, come to. Larry King.
Oh, it is using it. Damn it. I can't play it.
Paul.
Yeah.
The documentary tells the story of Johnny Gosch, but it was made 20 years earlier than Who Took Johnny. Another possible link between Twin Peaks and the story of Gosch is with Leland Palmer. In one scene at the Great Northern, the song Home on the Range is being played. Leland Palmer likes old songs.
Home on the range. With okay. Too many copyrights. Copyright.
Old songs like this are all over the soundtrack for Eyes Wide Shut. Wyndham Earle also sings this same song later in the series.
Home on the range. With a buffalo something. Oh.
There was a biographical film made which starred Bill Murray as Hunter Thompson. There was an MSNBC program which speculated that Johnny Gosch was really Jeff Gannon, a White House reporter during the W. Bush years with spurious credentials. It turned out that Gannon was formerly a gay escort, and as these pictures suggest, had a bizarre familiarity with the then president. Here's a clip from that MSNBC news segment, which cuts off as soon as Hunter S. Thompson is mentioned in connection with the Omaha, Nebraska case.
Bloggers play detective, some claiming a fake White House reporter and a missing boy possibly sold into the sex trade are one and the same.
Well, Hunter Thompson, that came about because in a federal case that was in Omaha, Nebraska, one of the children that was taken,
right.
and Noreen will confirm.
We're gonna ask our guests to stick around. Now, coming up next, we'll be joined by a private.
Here are some things to note about Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter S. Thompson is fucked up.
When Thompson died, his editorial assistant wrote a postcard which said,
"Another time he threw me out of the house for refusing to watch a snuff film."
In Hey Rube, Hunter S. Thompson writes, "There is always a rash of kidnapping and abductions of school children in the football months. Preteens of both sexes are traditionally seized and grabbed off the streets by gangs of organized perverts."
That's fucked up.
This from the film Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which reproduces 2 parts in the book. In this clip, he is talking about exploiting a young girl, although in the book, the meaning is more clear. The film seems to fudge the language to force an ambiguity, but leaning more towards a defense on the part of Hunter S. Thompson.
Well, yeah. So basically, that his assistant was doing some fucked up shit. Oh, there it is.
Poster for The Shining. There was another poster which was drawn up which has a similar tone. At one point, Audrey is being held hostage at One-Eyed Jack's, and she is filmed, shown on a grainy TV.
Damn it, there's so many copyright shit. Yeah, okay. Right there. The grainy TV. Okay.
Laura was also tied up and filmed.
Damn it, there's another. Yeah. There's some weird shit coming out of the floor.
Inchworth Highway, there is also the doppelganger motif which occurs. There are 2 women, yet they are the same. One is named Alice, the other Renee. This woman is forced to strip in one scene and is involved in porn.
Oh. Okay, well, I'm going to fast forward it because I'm not sure if it's actually going to... Okay. Oh. Okay. There we go.
There is this connection with Twin Peaks, corruption of the innocence of youth by well-to-do perverts. An interesting subplot is when Andy and Dick Tremaine are trying to do the good thing with a child from an orphanage named Nikki, but they come up with this idea that he is the devil.
What? Twin Peaks? The show's so fucked up. The show is so hard to follow. It's just insane. Damn Damn it, too many clips. Hopefully it doesn't get mad at every single time I like blurt the audio.
Cremation of care ceremony is a symbolic ritual intended to rid oneself of worldly worries. It involves influential and affluent individuals seeking a respite from their burdens. In this ritual, they attempt to sacrifice their worldly cares. To put it succinctly, the ceremonial priests try to extinguish care using earthly fire, but this proves ineffective. Consequently, they call upon the power of an owl for assistance. The owl, symbolizing wisdom and knowledge, acknowledges the limitation of earthly means and offers its own mystical fire for the task. This act suggests that transcending worldly concerns might require a force beyond the natural, possibly a supernatural one. The ritual implies that to truly let go of these earthly cares, a more extraordinary, otherworldly intervention is needed. This
The
notion of a
Illuminati.
paradigm shift, where the usual methods are inadequate and something more profound is necessary, echoes a sentiment similar to Major Briggs's reference to the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn.
But
it also mirrors the dynamics at play within the Grove, where traditional approaches are set aside for more esoteric or mystical solutions.
Oh, Jupiter and Saturn. For real, man? No way. Yes way. Yes way.
In an episode, the mayor refers to a bohemian.
My God, this guy is a
Bohemian. Ah. Okay. Yes, he is a bohemian. Well, I'll be damned.
Conspiracy Violence was investigating the Boys Town organization, which is an orphanage. And what would Andy and Dick done if Nicky were the devil? The logical conclusion is that they would have to get rid of him. Is it a coincidence that Danny Torrance has these knives above him in The Shining? What in the world is going on in this old photo from Bohemian Grove? And the phrase "fire walk with me"? Is that a reference to the cremation of care? Couldn't you make a morbid joke that a burning sacrifice is like a fire walk? Here is a clip from the film Fantasia, where the event presented seems to be an artistic rendering of what an animated, pun intended, sacrifice might look like.
Yeah, definitely muting that one. That's definitely getting muted. Hopefully it doesn't Disney's the most of the worst of the worst. Yeah, people have seen this when it first came out, Cooper says, and
ritual is from a supernatural dimension.
Pretty freaked out by
that. It reminds one of the White and Black Lodges.
Disney movie Fantasia.
Entrance to the lodge is located at Glastonbury Grove. Glastonbury Grove? It's a very interesting choice for a name. Glastonbury itself is the legendary burial place of King Arthur and Guinevere.
Oh, that's bizarre.
When Agent Cooper goes to Glastonbury Grove, one scene frames him between two trees, like the two pillars of masonry. There is even an owl there.
Whoa. An owl. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo.
Here, he will enter the lodge. Glastonbury Grove always reminded me of C.S. Lewis's book, The Magician's Nephew, In the Wood Between Worlds. There are pools that function as teleportation devices. That is exactly what Glastonbury Grove is, the wood between worlds. But there is a black lodge and a white lodge. It reminds me of the black and white tiles on the floor of a Masonic temple. One other oddity. When the group goes to the owl cave, they hear an owl screeching out.
Oh, wait, that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh no, duck! Ha!
To a symbol for fire. Then, when in one episode, they look at the chalkboard and see a hooded figure, why?
Whoa. Okay. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo!
The hooded figure shows up again in the following episode. They never explain the hooded figure. It seems to me to be a metaphor for a guide, an intermediary between the regular world and the White Lodge.
What do they call that?
But doesn't that explain what the function
Precursor
of a
of
priest is?
Serapis.
Isn't that the role of the priest at the Bohemian Grove? In a scene from the episode Slaves and Masters, Wyndham Earle leaves a message for Audrey. He mentions an owl.
Hey, you know there's owls. Blah, blah, blah. We'll all be damned.
I believe this scene was copied by Kubrick in Eyes Wide Shut.
Fuck is that? With the mask.
Kubrick was a David Lynch fan. He would make the cast and crew of The Shining watch Eraserhead. And the last scene of The Shining, Jack Torrance sings, "San Francisco, here I come, right back where I started from." The actual lyric is, "California, here I come." Why did Kubrick switch it to San Francisco? Now you might think I might just be hearing things, but the closed caption on the DVD for The Shining actually has San Francisco in the text during this scene.
Yeah.
Remember the trailer and clip I showed at the beginning of this video of the film Teddy Bear's Picnic? Well, it's originally a song. This clip with lyrics to sing along are rather telling, aren't they?
Beneath the trees where nobody sees, they'll hide.
Oh, shit. Wrong button. Yeah. Okay.
Killed Laura Palmer Ark is wrapped up in the episode Arbitrary Law.
Lived in these old woods most of.
Yeah, these old woods, ain't that a little bitch? There's some owls and all sorts of mamba jamba.
Harry, is it?
Yeah, you know it. They're talking about some kind of missing person or something. I'm just trying to get copyrights. So basically, it's all about this missing person case. This television show. That it's where some people might speculate that it's connected to some kind of illegal research on humans.
But if he was here.
If he was here, there might be an owl. Well, if my belt buckle's bigger than my face, I might be a redneck. Jesus Christ, how much video clips is he going to show? Is this Evil Dead? Oh no, that's the Twin Peaks. Oh, that's an owl. Hoo hoo, hoo hoo. I can mimic the sound effects. Oh. No, did I just fuck it up? Oh, god damn it. I just fucked it up. Okay, hold on here. Why is it doing that? Okay. Where was it at? Let's pass that. Past that. Okay, yeah, it was past that. Okay, so it was almost done there anyways. Okay, well, I guess we'll take it off. Alright, well, yeah, I guess I should probably just pass out. I don't know if I can still do it. No, maybe I should. I guess I'll smoke one more joint. What should be discussed while we, the last couple of minutes? I think that Kubrick stuff's connected to the Area 51 conspiracy. There's another documentary that has to do with that theory. No. I got like a giant paper plate of weed roaches. Yeah, so this whole hypnotism subject. That's why I was playing that video earlier about that alien abduction person or whatever. I think that there's something going on there with that whole thing. Not sure what it is, but I don't think it's been thoroughly analyzed enough. I mean, it's basically two things. It's either A, the person's been hypnotized, there's layers of hypnosis, and that the person bringing back the memory from the regular hypnosis is bringing back the implanted memory, or B, that the experience is real somehow, regardless of whether it's physical or spiritual or some kind of nobody's quite sure. But you see they're making an X-Files reboot. That sounds lame. Usually the reboots are always horrible. I mean, it could be good, but I doubt it. You sure it's not with Disney? Disney bought the rights to. Can a benevolent alien come abduct me and put me on the planet where people don't do this weird shit? uh, well, I don't know. You got me there. I don't know that one. Okay, so I'm just gonna roll a joint and speculate on. Well, I'm not sure what I should speculate on. The whole conspiracy stuff with Cooper, the New World Order. I mean, I've got more stuff to read and stuff, but I mean, I could technically bring it up. But, well, I'm not on the right page. Okay, well, I'm just going to bring it up later. The New World Order, it's such a huge subject because it's so complex. The knowing where certain things begin and end, it's very unclear. Much of what is said is all speculation based upon evidence, which is thus a hypothesis. The the whole thing about conspiracy, people are always looking at it from different angles. The Occam's razor theory is probably a good thing to do when looking at conspiracies. Whatever is the most logical explanation is most likely, whatever's the simplest explanation is most likely the problem. I mean, you could apply it to anything, like changing the brakes on a car, but so that's why I bring up the hypnosis thing. If the people had witnessed some kind of technology, or possibly been literally experimented on, that, and then they were hypnotized, that it would be a way for whoever's running the UFOs to cover up the evidence and witnesses. But then there's contradictory stuff though at the same time, because it's like all the books say that hypnosis can only happen when somebody's wanting to be hypnotized, and so if someone was a witness to some sort of experimental technology such as a UFO, could they be hypnotized? Without them. I mean, that's the question. would the hypnosis work, or would it just be, I mean, perhaps they've developed some kind of technology to induce the hypnosis more. I got my ashtray just so the cherry didn't fall on my joint. I mean, that's the question. The the occultists have found a way around that to where they make people come of their own free will and accord, which is funny because the lady basically says that in that Wicker Man movie. She says, "You have come of your own free will to our place." Blah blah blah. I find that very interesting. Let's see what I got here. Yeah, so ooh, there's a lot going on with all these different cults and programs, different different psyops, different it's like we gotta take stuff with a grain of salt or sand. Which one is it? Let's see, what does that say? Research into aerial school UFOs. And I'm pretty sure I've heard about that before. That was the one in New Zealand or something, or cool. So I mean, let's see. I mean, this is an important video. 9 minutes. Yeah, I guess I won't play video. Yeah. So that's the big question. Can someone be hypnotized if they are against the hypnosis? So, in other words, I'm talking about these supposed alien abduction phenomena people. I'm trying to grab my phone. I'm gonna ask the Grok, see what the Grok Mobile says. Let's see here. Grok. Can a person be hypnotized without their consent? Asking about alien abduction phenomenon and the possibility of a cover up through hypnosis. Let's see what it says. The Grok's not moving. Talking about UFO phenomenon. Okay, Grok's not answering. Let's see here. Okay, Twitter's retarded. Let's see. Well, that came me 5 minutes ago. Okay, So, what? It's still total. What? Somebody's fucking. Okay, so somebody on Twitter says like, "Oh, we all share the same collective consciousness," and I'm like, "That's not true. You're in a consciousness cult." Question mark. Blah blah. They might basically saying there might be memories, but not a shared conscious. The dude's like, "I'm not in a cult," and I'm like, "You're initiated into the doctrine, and you are unaware?" Question mark. And then they laugh, and then they say, "Initiated without portfolio," and they say, "Oh, they still don't understand what I'm talking about." I'd probably invite them on, but they're probably some kind of weirdos, so I'm not inviting them on. Let's see here. Yeah, so. Oh, yeah, Zimbabwe, yep. I remember that one. Let's see. What was I getting at? Twitter's such a fucking. There's just nothing on the news these days that's really worth the damn. I mean, I guess we could, well, I don't want to bore anybody. I could go over some of my notes recently. I don't know if I got anything that's relevant here. Yeah, I got like 0 new notes. I mean, there's tons of notes, but I gotta organize them. That'll take forever. I mean, I still haven't organized my old notes. What is that? Strauss. The whole thing about what's going on with this alien conspiracy. Nobody knows if it's real or not. That's the thing. Nobody knows. Yeah. I mean, I can bring up some pictures, but well, actually, no, I don't think I got it on this hard drive. There's a video. I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. Dorothy Izat, Izat. She does these. There's a documentary about her UFO sightings. And she actually gets them on film. Well, maybe I could end it with a good quote here. Let me see. Quote in, quote in, quote in. Let's see. Keep it Khrushchev for MacArthur. Damn it, these are some long notes here. $1970. Which one do I want to? Here we go. This is by Jabrignu Brzezinski in the book Between Two Ages, 1970, page 274. There's 2 quotes. Quote, this Russian piece of shit. The fiction of national sovereignty, ... is clearly no longer compatible with reality. End quote. So that's Zabrignu Brzezinski, whatever the fuck his name is. Next quote. Quote, soon it will be possible to assert, almost continuous surveillance over every citizen and maintain up-to-date files containing even the most personal information about the citizen. These files will be subject to instantaneous retrieval by authorities. End quote. Zbigniew Brzezinski. Here's another one. Between two ages, 1970, page 252. Quote, the gradual appearance of more controlled, directed society. Such a society would be dominated by the elite, whose claim to political power would rest on allegedly superior scientific know-how. Unhindered by the restraint of traditional liberal values, this elite would not hesitate to achieve its political ends by the latest modern techniques for influencing public behavior and keeping society under close surveillance and control. End quote. Zbigniew Brzezinski's. Here's another one. Zbigniew Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, page 296. Movement towards a larger community of the developed nations cannot be achieved by fusing existing state into one larger entity. It makes much more sense to attempt to associate existing states through a variety of indirect ties and already developing limitations on national sovereignty. Remind you of Rome, or movements towards such a community will in all probability require two broad and overlapping phases. The first of these would involve the forging of community links among the United States, Western Europe, and Japan. End quote. Western Europe. Oh, he said that in 1970. So he's predicting the fall of the Berlin Wall. 1970. Brzezinski says it'll eventually lead to the possibility of something along the lines of a global taxation system. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Keep in mind they're not going to show it. It's all going to be hidden. Just like how they hide the compartmentalized New World Order world government, which shits on our Constitution. Okay, so what's we got here? Here we go, 1973. This is from the Humanist Manifesto 2. First appeared a Humanist, October 1973, 33, number 5. Volume 33, number 5. Quote, we deplore the division of humankind on nationalistic grounds. We have reached a turning point in human history where the best option is to transcend the limits of national sovereignty and move towards the building of a world community, a system of world law and world order based upon transnational federal government. End quote. That's the Humanist Manifesto, 1973, Volume 30, number 5. So it's the New World Order bullshit. That's what's going on. Bunch of New World Order bullshit. Richard N. Gardner, Foreign Affairs, April 1974. And also Pat Riat's Information Newsletter issued 22, fall 1994. It's mentioned, quote, in short, the house of the world order will have to be built on the bottom up rather than from the top down. An end run around national sovereignty, eroding it piece by piece, will accomplish much more than the old-fashioned way, end quote. That's Gardner A. Rhodes, scholar, was appointed as U.S. ambassador to Spain by fellow Rhodes scholar Bill Billary. Let's see. Yeah, so Admiral Chester Ward, former Judge Advocate General of the U.S. Navy and former CFR member, 1975, wrote, the goal of the CFR was, quote, to submergence of the U.S. sovereignty and national independence into an all-powerful one-world government, end quote. Then he said, quote, once the ruling members of the CFR have decided that the U.S. government should adopt a particular policy, the very substantial research faculties of CFR put to work to develop arguments, intellectual and emotional, to support the new policy and to confound and discredit intellectually and politically any opposition, end quote. And that was quoted in the James Perloff, The Shadows of Power, the Council on Foreign Relations of the American Decline, published 1988, pages 9 and 10. Oh, oops, I'm missing the ones on the left more. Kissinger. Well, these are all just New World Order quotes. There's so many of them. What's this? Barry Goldwater. In my view, the Trilateral Commission represents a skillful, coordinated effort to seize control and consolidate the four centers of power: political, monetary, intellectual, and ecclesiastical, end quote. Barry Goldwater, With No Apologies, book, 1979, page 297. James Perloff, Shadows of Power, 1988. Nixon wrote that after Vietnam, Asia needed to evolve regional approaches to the evolution of a new world order. Bushofer, the Texas A&M University, May 12, 1989, commencement address, quote, ultimately, our objective is to welcome the Soviet Union back into the world order. Perhaps the world order of the future will truly be a family of nations. It's from the Arizona Daily Star, May 12th, 1989. So, who knows if the fucking Skull and Bones is tied to the Soviets? Let's see what we got. Okay, so this is all Mikhail Gorbachev, Perestroika, 1987, page 32. Quote, in the West, Lenin is often portrayed as an advocate of authoritarian methods of administration. This is a sign of total ignorance of Lenin's ideas and not infrequently of their deliberate distortion. In effect, according to Lenin, socialism and democracy are indivisible. In other words, they're one. So when somebody says, I'm a Democrat, it means the same fucking goddamn thing if fucking somebody says they're a fucking goddamn socialist. It's all a bunch of fucking word play, tricks on words. There's a New World Order quote from Manly P. Hall. Blah blah. When the whole earth shall be under one order. Manly P. Hall. Philosophical Research Society, Los Angeles, 1984, page 463. What do we got here? Oh, damn it, I'm missing a bunch of them here. 1987, Perestroika, Mikhail Gorbachev, page 34. Perestroika means mass initiative. It is the comprehensive development of democracy, socialist self-government, encouragement of initiative and creative endeavor, improved order and discipline, more glasnost, criticism and self-criticism in all spheres of our society. End quote. So you gotta remember that Bush affair said he would implement perestroika in the United States. 1987, Perestroika must kill Gorbachev. Page 35. The essence of perestroika lies in the fact that it unites socialism with democracy and revives Leninist concept of socialist construction both in theory and practice. So all the fucking socialists and communists and all these fucking idiots online, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And that they don't understand the evil that is the fucking socialism. That fucking they don't understand what happened in Russia. If you weren't they don't like people picking on people. Well, in Soviet Russia, if you were against the fucking Russians, if you didn't like what was going on in politics, they wouldn't give you a taxi ride. They wouldn't give you a job. They wouldn't do anything. You know, and that it's not a it's all this fucking what is that called passive aggressive bullshit. That's I totally hate fucking passive aggressive bullshit. Just imagine somebody's sitting there thinking of all these ways to fucking be a little fucking bitch, and they can't just say it to your face. Like fucking the people that like when I grew up and stuff, like fucking that's a long story. All the preps and all the fucking bullies and shit, fucking always all this passive aggressive bullshit, fucking yeah, like my friend's brother that thinks he's so tough because he was some kind of sniper or something in some war in the desert. Fucking, he was talking shit about me, and fucking, I'm going to get a pizza, and I see him at the bar, and I go stand right next to him because he was talking shit about me. And if he had a problem, he would have did something. He would have fucking punched me in the face. So I stood next to him and I ordered my pizza, and he's like, talking all this shit, and it's like, why don't you just say what you think, you bitch, pussy, fucking that douchebag motherfucker. What? My friend's brother's a fucking asshole. His name is Donnie. He's a piece of shit. I mean, I don't know him personally, but technically, he's got no reason to hate on me. That motherfucker. Those goddamn fucking Catholics piss me off. Yeah, it's all water under the bridge. Doesn't really matter. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's just funny because it's like the dude had a problem, and so I stand right next to him at the bar to get my pizza, you know, and I'm like, doo doo doo, and he said something cocky, but he didn't say what he was thinking. It's like, oh, you're so tough, but you can't say what you think. Oh, I thought that was pretty funny because everybody thinks the dude's such a badass or something. I mean, I'm sure he is. He went to some war in the desert, but that doesn't give him a right to be a dickhead to everybody. And then I'm not going to see you take it, you know. Oh, yeah. The dude was probably about my size too. Probably over 200 pounds. Fucking but I mean, wrestling is, you know, if somebody ever like attacks you at the bar or something, all you gotta do is make sure to self defense, wrestle them to the ground, and just, you know, fucking make them tap out and end it peacefully, you know, so nobody gets hurt. Freaking the I've had so many people try to punch me in the face at the bar just for standing there. Like, oh, you got a skateboard? I'm gonna fucking swing at your face. That's what people would. That's what was going on in their heads and shit. Like what the fuck? I skateboarded to the bar. I'm not gonna drive. I'm not a fucking idiot. People are just retarded. the damn it, I might smoke one more joint. Oh. Yeah, I'm smoking this joint. Oh, there's a Ralph Epperson quote. Damn it, I gotta take a leak again. Maybe I could put on a link from the sponsors. No. Let me see if I can find something good here. Nah, okay, I'm playing this clip again. This clip is classic.
Obama is a radical communist, and I think it's becoming clear. That's what I told people in Illinois, and now everybody realizes it's true. He's going to destroy this country, and we're either going to stop him, or the United States of America is going to cease to exist.
Is there any, do you still hold regrets against not having long enough time to debate against President Obama?
I don't have any regrets. I went into Illinois. People told me at the time I didn't stand much of a chance of winning. The idea was to bear a true witness. The man is an abomination. He is someone who has actually advocated infanticide, that when babies are the target of abortion, if they happen to escape the abortionist's intention and are born alive, he actually supported the idea that those babies should be set aside to die. That is a man with such a seared conscience, I can't even understand why anybody in their right mind would consider him worthy of political support. That's a violation of conscience that is inconceivable. And even some of the most hardline pro-abortion people in America rejected that abomination, and he did not.
So what does tonight mean when President Obama is President of the United States? How does tonight play a role?
That's another question. Is he President of the United States? According to the Constitution, in order to be eligible for president, you have to be a natural-born citizen. He has refused to provide proof that he is, in fact, a natural-born citizen. And his Kenyan relations say that he was born in Nairobi at a time when his mother was too young to transmit U.S. citizenship. So I'm not even sure he's President of the United States. No, that's not a laughing matter. Neither are many of our military people now who are going to court to ask the question, do we have to obey a man who is not qualified under the Constitution? We're in the midst of the greatest crisis this nation has ever seen. And if we don't stop laughing about it and deal with it, we're going to find ourselves in the midst of chaos, confusion, and civil war. It's time we started acting like grown-ups.
How could the policy that President Obama makes in the next couple of years affect activities like tonight?
Sorry, the person you call President Obama, and I frankly refuse to call him that.
Right.
At the moment, he is somebody who is kind of an alleged usurper, who is alleged to be someone who is occupying that office without constitutional warrant to do so. And he's rushing forward with ideas like destroying our borders, an amnesty bill that will actually have the American taxpayer footing the bill for illegals to come to this country to live, to get housing, and to get everything they want. He is also somebody who has just announced a program that would essentially destroy the validity of existing mortgages and encourage everybody in the country to stop paying their mortgage because the government is going to pay it instead. This is insanity. It's as if we have put insane children and adolescents in charge of our government. And I think we need to ask simple questions. A couple of years ago, we were arguing over every penny in the United States budget, and it was quite clear we didn't have enough money to go around. Well, somebody asked me where we came up with $2 trillion in the course of the last 6 months. Did we wish for it out of the air? Have people gone mad in this country? You don't have that money. We are claiming that a bankrupt government can save a bankrupt banking system. Explain to me how that happens, because I think that's impossible. And the fact that we have just elected an individual who may or may not be qualified, and he presents silly ideas like this and says, let's move forward now, and we're all acting like the laws of economics have been repealed, and we can actually afford to foot the bill with money nobody's got. This is insane. It's got to lead to the collapse of our economy, and it's going to.
Yep. That's Alan Keyes. I forget what Cooper's beef with him was, but Alan Keyes should have been the first black president, not Obama. If we had Alan Keyes in there, we wouldn't be sitting here like we are today, regardless of what Cooper's beef was with Alan Keyes. I don't even remember what his beef was. I just remember him talking about it. He's like, if you look at what he voted for, but no, I don't know if that was somebody else. I know Cooper said something bad about Alan Keyes, but I don't. He didn't say it, but he's like, well, excuse me, something about who they're on the payroll for or something. But I mean, the dude seemed like he had some sense of mind to me. I mean, all right, this is my last joint. I better make it good. What should we discuss? I thought the funniest part, he's like, that man is an abomination. An abomination. That's a brutal insult. You there, you are an abomination. I mean, he's right on though. Fucking Obama was a fucking radical communist. What the fuck is that? Okay. Last joint. Let's go to jump around here. Here's Dr. Jose Arguelles. Pamphlet for International Sacred Rites Festival. Hayaku something. Maui. Page 4 and 5. Think of that South Park episode where the people are all Hawaiian. Hawaii. The like Butters is born in Hawaii or some shit. Hana oku loku. Or I forget what the fuck he says, but it's like the culture in Hawaii got taken over by a bunch of fucking business people and stuff. But so this is why the quote's relevant by Dr. Jose Arguelles. Quote, also implicit in all these events is a call for another way of life, another way of doing things. A redistribution of the global wealth. In short, a new world order. New world order. Here's from Ralph Epperson's book, New World Order, page 20 through 21. Quote, the New World Order. The New World will be called the New World Order. The United States will play a major role in bringing it to the world. World wars have been fought for furthering its aims. To further its aims, Adolf Hitler, a Nazi socialist, supported the goal of the planners. If the slower, methodical techniques of change do not function, violence will be introduced and controlled by the planners. The people of the world, this is a Ralph Epperson quote, people of the world will give up their freedom to the controllers because there will be a planned famine or such other serious occurrence, such as a depression or war. So he's talking about World War III, possibly. Let's see, what do we got here? I'm just doing some of the shorter quotes. Here's George J. Church, A New World from Time Magazine. Well, I think it's from Time Magazine. September 17th, 1990, page 23. Quote, the Bushifer administration would like to make the UN a cornerstone of its plans to construct a new world order. End quote. George J. Church. So here's 1990. Let's see. Quote, out of the troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order. CA something can emerge, a United Nations that performs as envisioned by its founders, end quote. That's Bushifer and televised address before the joint session of Congress, September 17th, 1990. Weekly compilation of presidential documents, volume 26, number 37, page 1359 through 1360. And if you notice, the United Nations that performs as envisioned by its founders. Who might that be? Mr. J.P. Morgan, Mr. Rockefeller, the Soviets in Moscow, the fucking goddamn fucking Soviets in Moscow. Those motherfuckers. That shit ain't no joke. Those motherfuckers, you know, they're blocking some of my shit in fucking Belarus, Russia. It's like, what the fuck's going on there in Belarus, Russia, where they don't like what I got to say or what Cooper got to say? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck's going on there? Let's see. Here we go. 1990, quote, superpowers as super partners, end quote, and, quote, a new order, the United States and the Soviet Union united for crisis management around the globe, end quote, by Douglas Waller and Margaret Gerard Warner, and superpowers as super partners. It's an article for Newsweek magazine, September 17th, 1990, page 27. 1991, Bushifer, the National Security Strategy of the United States, 1991, page 5, August. Quote, I hope history will record that the Gulf crisis was a crucible of the New World Order. You all know what a crucible is, correct? That's where metal melts. Interestingly enough, here's Amity Schleas from the Wall Street Journal, October 24th, 1991. It says Deputy Features Editor Amity Schleas wrote that rather than becoming, quote, the cornerstone in Bushifer's oft-mentioned New World Order, many of those working within the Secretariat or at its missions in the vicinity argue that communism left a legacy, end quote. Then it says, quote, Westerners who worked at the UN found themselves surrounded by what many have called a communist mafia, end quote. It's Amity Schleas, Wall Street Journal, October 24th, 1991. So, if there's a fucking UN communist mafia, how the fuck did those Nazis get in there? And that goes for both communist and Nazi sympathizers. How did a bunch of Nazis and commies all just start commingling? Was it, you know, they weren't playing some kind of a fucking, those goddamn commies and Nazis are whistling Dixie. That's what's going on. There's another quote, 1992. U.S. Department of State Dispatch, Arms Control, March 30th, 1992, page 257. Quote, the Treaty on Open Skies is the most wide-ranging international effort to date to promote the openness of military forces and activities. It is designed to improve mutual understanding and confidence by giving all participating countries, regardless of size, direct role a direct role in gathering information about military forces and activities of concern to them, end quote. So they're talking about the Open Skies Treaty, which has to do with the disarmament acts. And that I'm talking about disarmament of countries. That's what the UN is trying to do. It's trying to take America away. It's trying to make them all UN soldiers. It's trying to poop on our Constitution. I censored myself. Quote, this is from the Unsung New World Army, an article from the New York Times, editorial, May 11th, 1992. Quote, the Army of tomorrow is neither the Red Army nor the U.S. Army. If there is to be peace, it will be secured by a multinational force that monitors ceasefires and protects human rights. Blue helmeted United Nations peacekeepers are doing just that, end quote. And then here, where's the rest of the article? Under Article 42 of the United Nations Charter, the Security Council has been authority to take military action to maintain or restore international peace and security. So they can do whatever they want. The charter, they can say anything is some kind of not peace and call for at the end of it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, so the what I got here? It's a blank document. So there's a lot going on with all that stuff. Damn it, I still got like half a joint. Let's see if I can find some kind of other. Whoa. Some kind of other last thoughts kind of thing. Okay, so yeah, I remember I was
Given what most Americans believe, the next statement may be more shocking than any previous. The fact is, the United States is not a country, but a corporation contractually created by the Constitution. Your state is a country, per the law, and your original citizenship is of that country. Our founders instituted themselves to be first and foremost citizens of their respective states. As of 1787, those states already had formed a union, and they created the Constitution for the purpose of perfecting that union in forming a national government. They did not intend that the new nation have any jurisdiction or powers over the states or their citizens that were not specifically enumerated in the Constitution. They stated this point quite clearly in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution. They granted the United States exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square as may become the seat of the government of the United States, our District of Columbia, and to exercise authority over all places purchased by the consent of the states. And that is all. The framers further secured the rights of the people with the 9th and 10th Amendments in the Bill of Rights. In the 9th, they established that the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And in the 10th, they made clear that the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. The only way the federal government can have any jurisdiction beyond these constitutional clauses is by written permission or contract. Which leads us to another piece of the puzzle, the 14th Amendment to the Constitution.
Well, I don't think I can play that song.
The Civil War. As barbaric as it may sound today, black slaves, prior to the conclusion of the Civil War, were legal. Isn't it the same thing as slavery?
Okay. Yeah.
Sure it is.
Otherwise,
They
it'll
had to mention the
copyright me.
concept of
Forgot
involuntary
about that.
servitude because they wished to retain another type of slavery,
Voluntary servitude.
Voluntary servitude is an ancient and established concept. It was the way serfs became subjects to their lords during feudal times in England and other European countries. It was a way for free men to earn a living at a time when all property was held by a select few, and thus anyone who wanted to farm and support their family.
Yeah. So basically, there's so much stuff going on where it's like there's no contract rights in modern times. I mean, it's like if you file a contract such as a job application, keep in mind this is not legal advice, and that I'm not giving legal advice, and I'm just talking here theoretically. If you file an application for a job, for example, and it says drug test, and you take an ink pen that's blue, I think it has to be, you cross off the thing, you initial it and date it, and then you sign the contract uh, without prejudice with your name, and that which is to suffice for the 1-308 Uniform Commercial Code, reserving rights without prejudice on a contract. And so what you'd be theoretically doing is negotiating the contract. Then say you get the job, and then you work there for a week or two or something, and then they're like, "Oh, we need you to pee in this cup," and you're like, "Well, I negotiated the contract and I crossed that part off," and then they're just like, "Well, then we're gonna fire you." And so, being a good little birdie that you are, you've already made a photocopy of the job application before you ever gave it to them, and uh, you know, you sue them for breach of contract that you didn't agree to the P test because you crossed it off, initialed it, and dated it. If they didn't say anything and they hired you and then fired you because you failed to take a P test, they've already accepted the contract. And if they didn't counter negotiate, then they've accepted it. And so, through a technicality, you could technically fire them or sue them for breach of contract or what is that called? Prejudice against your prejudice against. Well, it'd just be a breach of contract because they're asking you. Well, I'm not sure what the technical term, like unlawfully firing or something. You'd be able to sue them for something. This is not legal advice. I'm just speculating a scenario in my mind, but you know, what was I gonna get at? It's like Cooper says. It's like they've made new ways in legislature to levy taxes without representation, such as say your car is parked too long in some spot, they can write you a traffic ticket, then you're forced to pay a tax for your car sitting in a parking spot. The but so it's the and I'd be against arguing that. Well, it's not going to drive fast. So I don't think people should use that argument for traffic tickets if you're driving fast. But I mean, just because there's so many bad drivers, everybody should be driving slow anyways. fucking, but like, I mean, technically you could. I mean, I had a traffic ticket for going 10 over like 5 years ago, and I could have went in and argued all sorts of stuff, but I just paid the traffic ticket because I was retarded. I should have just told the truth and been like, oh, some guy was driving ahead of me and he had a canoe in the back of his truck and it wasn't strapped down, and I'm not gonna sit there and drive behind somebody with a fucking canoe that's bouncing all over. Like, I mean, I probably could have just fucking explained that and probably wouldn't have even gotten the traffic ticket. But oh, I got a cigarette already rolled. Wait, that's that deformed cigarette. I'm not smoking that one. Yeah, so this whole thing about about what all these conspiracy theorists speculated on. Let's smoke one more cigarette. All this stuff they speculated on. This whole pandemic, they talked about it. It's not like they wanted it, something like that to happen. They just simply talked about it. They speculated, and their speculations became true. You know, that's why I like to speculate a lot on the show. Sometimes people take it overboard a little bit, like Jonah, but because I mean, legally, if somebody heard certain stuff Jonah said, they might sue him. But so even this tobacco is like not getting the cigarette thing very good. This whole thing about conspiracies, you know, it's like Cooper says about McCarthy. He says McCarthy could have solved what was going on if he had known about Freemasonry. Wow, I like rolled that perfect. Okay. I think I'm gonna quit smoking cigarettes tomorrow. I mean, I've got some tobacco, but I'm just gonna quit and roll them all up. Fucking. But so McCarthy didn't know about the conspiracy of Freemasonry. I'm just gonna pack this cigarette. He didn't understand it. Many of the people who are even Masons don't understand the conspiracy. The conspiracy of secret societies is a vast one. When I showed that documentary the other night, it mentioned the Freemasonry and Catholicism book. The mystery schools, discussing how they would merge the mystery schools and the religious schools, i.e., religions. The merging of the two. Just grab this ashtray. I have many ashtrays. Nah. Well, yeah. But it's funny because what the one of them's from an old restaurant that you can't smoke at anymore. The one of my friends gave it to me because he used to work there or something. Excuse me. But so what was I getting at? The secret societies, the Masonic conspiracy. There may be there's all sorts of degrees and rites, different quasi Masonic brotherhoods. Whose practices are different than that of the specific lodges. I mean, nobody really knows if all the lodges are in unison in their teachings. Typically, well, what I think goes on in the lodge is typically some kind of discussion where people admit their faults or something. That their faults are then this is speculation, but I mean, I don't think the old lodges were like this. I don't think they were like this at all. This whole modern stuff attached to Freemasonry, I don't think it was about that at all. And that the the whole concept, the concept of believing that in certain things it seems to open the mind. Originally, they may have been schools of magic, but they had transformed into some sort of dark presence in the lodge, which was pushing Illuminism. My friend's stepdad is a 32nd degree Mason. He's very strange. He frequents the Blue Lodge. He is very arrogant. He spews communist bullshit. He has the Mason sign dissected right on his emblem of his store sign. I've heard all sorts of allegations about him. I don't know if they're true or not, but I do believe that when I was offered the honorary scholarship and the 32nd degree Mason came to my house from the big city with this big brand new fancy Cadillac it was fancy summer suit clothes or whatever the fuck. There's a vibe of deception. That I asked him specific questions. He refused to answer. He only would speak about the scholarship. He gave me the paperwork, told me to go to the Blue Lodge first, and then and this wasn't a typical Mason meeting, or this wasn't like this wasn't somebody I knew. Masons don't typically invite people, and that he drove an hour to get to my house. I had no idea who he was. He was sent from Washington D.C. House of the Temple of the Scottish Rite. The Grand Council had recommended me a scholarship, and they had sent him, and that it was very strange. I wrote an email to the House of the Temple of Scottish Rite talking about the epigomonal days of Sirius and the epigomonal calendar of Egypt, the change of 360 days to 365 days, the 5 stars or deities which were associated with the days of which were not that of the calendar, as in beyond. They were days beyond the 360 days. And so I wrote him this email requesting books. I said, "You're a library. You've got books. Can I have some?" I mean, I sugarcoated it, but I don't remember if they called me or if it was an email. I think it was both. But I don't remember if it was a call. The dude that drove a long ways to bring me the paperwork, he called, but I don't remember if the house of the temple called or if they emailed, but they said blah 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 scholarship, blah blah honorary membership, blah blah. We're sending 32nd degree Mason to bring you the paperwork, and that it was. I should have screenshotted the fucking all of it. The but so the dude calls me. He's blah blah blah. I'm from the big city Scottish Rite Temple. He says that he was faxed some paperwork, and he also had a really fancy Blue Lodge membership thing that was it was embroidered with gold and blue, and it was really thick paper. You could tell it was really expensive. It was but so it said it had a contract on it. I don't remember what the contract said exactly. It said what did it say? The I mean, technically I did sign it, but then I burned it because I didn't end up going. But so the well, also because I didn't want to live in DC because that would be a real shithole. Scholarship, fucking. The dude came over in this brand new fucking Cadillac that was fucking chromed out, fucking white wall tires, fucking. That dude had some money, some big money. He brought that fucking contract, and he refused to answer any of my questions. He said it'll all be taught in the lodge or some shit. He just flat out was like, they've selected you for an honorary scholarship and membership, and that here's the stuff. And then he basically just left, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, I'm sitting there like debating, like, should I join? Should I not? Should I join? The because it was a huge thing. It was a scholarship to a school, esoteric school, in the house of the temple, and that was a big thing. And that fucking, the. I mean, part of the reason I didn't go was because I didn't think that well, I don't remember if that was before or after my ex had cheated. But I don't remember if. But so basically, I didn't go because I thought, there's a chance that like being able to raise my kid and stuff that's priority. And so I gave up my scholarship because, in hopes of being a parent, which that's fucking. I haven't seen my kid in like a million years because the courts claimed that I didn't call for 93 days to set an appointment, which is bullshit. Because I had the phone records. Taking the judge said I could sue him and all sorts of stuff, but I gotta get into that. But so, anyways, so I took the paperwork, I signed it for the Mason stuff. I went to the Blue Lodge. There was I had met there with the Tyler of the lodge, who was the gatekeeper, the only person that's in the lodge that is allowed to speak to anyone outside of the lodge in the capacity of speaking about the Masonic Brotherhood. But so then he gave me a tour of the lodge. He there was, I don't remember how many people were in there. There's like 3 or 4 people, I think. I went in, there was like some kind of glass bookshelf with a bunch of old books and Mason stuff in it. Then there was a large room with round windows, and that there was blue carpet that definitely needed some new carpet. Then there was seats, red seats, large seat with a triangle shape at one at the east end. There was it reminded me of like a stage or something. Like you could tell that they had like props or something hidden, like some kind of props, theatrical type stuff. There was 3 pillars, I think it was, around an altar. They were talking to me. I kept asking them about the symbols of the lodge because I had looked it up in a dictionary the night before, memorized them, and wanted to see if they would lie directly to my face, just like they're supposed to. And so I'd asked them the questions. They lied to my face. In conclusion, that's where I decided not to join, because if they couldn't even be honest about vague symbols that were literally Masonic dictionary definition symbols, which were nothing to, they would be meaningless to, they were very tight with their keeping secrets. See, I've talked to a lot of Masons. Typically they are, unless you talk the talk and walk the walk and fucking which sometimes it's hard to do because you don't know all the phrases and stuff. But so unless they're drunk, then you can get them to talk about the craft, quote unquote. But so I had asked the dude, the Tyler, we were in the lodge. He asked me a question, and I knew that it was a test question, and I already had came to a conclusion in my own mind that I didn't want to join, and that he asked, "Do you believe in God?" And I do believe in God, but they lied to me, so I was going to lie to them. I'm not saying I have any religion or anything, but I believe in God. But like, but so anyways, but so, but so I said, I believe in chaos. And then the dude said, "What do you mean chaos?" And I said this all on purpose because I didn't want to join because I knew it was a test question. And so I said, I said, picture a giant boulder at the peak of a mountain, and the boulder falls one way or the other. No one knows, and that the probability, the chance, the I told him that, and that he said okay, and then he said that I would. He said, I don't remember what he said exactly, but he said to come there on a date, and he wrote it on a card. He said, "Come here the first Wednesday, no, the first Tuesday of September, I think it was. No, August. The first Tuesday of August, I think. Was that it? Maybe it was a Wednesday. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But so So when I went there, I did go just to see, just out of curiosity. But I already knew that because I didn't say yes, I believe in a God. I said chaos. And so I said that on purpose, so I would be disqualified. And then, well, I went there on the date and the time, and then I knocked on the door, and then it was locked. No one was there, and that because I was not admitted, and that so I purposely answered the question wrong to get myself blackball voted out of the Mason Lodge before I had even entered. But so right there is where I really started the research heavily. The conspiracy of the Masonic Lodge is a very large one, and that not all Masons are part of the conspiracy. Most don't even have any clue about it. That they don't understand what is happening. They haven't done the research. No offense to anybody. But that there is a complex systems happening, different secret societies making pacts with each other, making agreements, going against each other, all sorts of different uh, that these secret societies that they fucking try to scoot the couch back so they fucking they aid and abet it. They aid and abet other secret societies because they are kindred brethren. They go as far to say that they protect the Buccaneers, an old Masonic, uh, an old Masonic oath talking about the Buccaneers were fellow brethren, talking about pirates. There we go. Couch. But so that there's many channels of secrecy which lurk about in the world in which people have no no conceptualization of, that they think that it's all fun and games, it's all just a little club, and that that there are illuminists who have well, see, I'm not demonizing the whole lodge, but there are people within it which are members of other groups which have have the other oaths and obligations to those groups, and that I believe that that's why the 13th Amendment, which originally said no person in any office of government shall have the title of nobility from a foreign nation, which that was taken out of the books, and that the but so what was I getting at? The secret societies, if they take an oath, and then if their leader of their secret society is some high muckety muck in Europe somewhere, and then they're taking an oath to that person and to follow the orders of their group and their religion, because these secret societies are all secret religions, secret schools of religion or magic, according to some of their own descriptions. But I do think that the only magic that they're practicing is hypnosis. I mean, they could be practicing others, but hypnosis is the one that's down to earth enough, into which any skeptic would still probably concur after seeing the evidence of hypnosis being used on initiates of various secret societies and religions, such as Mormonism or Freemasonry. Let's see, what was I going to get at? Alright, I better go to sleep. Alright, peace out. Listen to Wayne Cooper, hourthetime.com. And don't trust anything. Don't follow anything mainstream. Promote peace and knowledge. And what else? Smoke some weed. All right, peace.